Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obijabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums, for almost the last 14 years. I think this is was recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome to BDTV Breakfast Show. I'm Onyeka Valentine, and it's a pleasure always to have you join us every morning. Let us see what's making the headlines. Dangote export maiden petrol cargo out of Africa. Aba Power is leading 4 firms to assemble smart meters in Aba. It is genocide, not dispute, Totti tells Tinubu. Iran and Israel launch attacks as Trump weighs US involvement. Manchester fans rage over 50% ticket price increase. Let's begin with the news in Nigeria, where Dangote refinery is set to export petrol cargo outside the region of West Africa, of course, for the first time, making milestone in the company's expanding global footprint. According to reports, commodity traders Mercuria will load a 90,000 metric tons shipment of petrol from the 650,000 barrel per day refinery on the 22nd of June with the cargo bound for Asia. Since exporting petrol last year, Dangote Refinery has kept all cargoes within West Africa, with the largest move signaling the company's ambition to become a significant player in the global fuel market. Moving on. Nigeria's newest electricity distribution company, DISCO, Aba Power, is leading 4 local and foreign firms to assemble smart electricity meters in Aba, the Aba State Economic Nerve Center, like you know. Agatha Naji, group member and of course group managing director of the Geometric Power Group, revealed that Aba Power parent company when the Abia State Assembly on Aba Power and Public Utilities visited the company's headquarters in Osisioma Industrial Layout. According to reports, it is not clear whether the 4 meter companies will produce exclusively for Aba Power or other 11 discos in the country, but are likely to start providing only for Aba Power for now and later produce for other electricity companies in the nation because of the need for quality smart meters. Still on, the third thief, the 5th, James Ayatse, has told President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that the killings in Benue State are not clashes between herders and farmers, but a planned attack aimed at taking over the land. Speaking at the meeting with Tinubu and stakeholders in Benue on Wednesday, the traditional ruler revealed that many had misunderstood the crisis and wrongly advised that people who live there should live in peace with their neighbors. Ayatse described the violence as a calculated, well-planned and full-scale genocidal invasion and land-grabbing campaign by headless terrorist bandits. And as all of them put hands together, they will see how they can stop them from moving forward. To end the local news, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Wednesday, the 18th of June, directed Kola Kayode Agbetekun, Nigerian's police chief, and Christopher Musa, chief of defense staff, to immediately arrest criminals who perpetrated the heinous crimes and killings of over 100 people in the Yelewata community in Benue State. Special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Onunaga, revealed that President Tinubu gave the directives while addressing stakeholders at the government house in Makurdi. According to reports, President Tinubu called out the police IGP for failing to conduct arrests, urging heads of Department of State DSS and National Intelligence Agency NIA to intensify surveillance and gather actionable intelligence to apprehend the perpetrators. On the foreign scene, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Chair of the Economic Community of West African States Mediation Security Council, Ambassador Yusuf Tuga, has raised concern over the apparent inclusion of all ECOWAS member states in a new wave of United States visa restrictions. Tugeria described the policy as significant barrier to trade, diplomacy, and regional prosperity. Speaking on the 54th ordinary session of the Mediation and Security Council at the ministerial level in Abuja on Wednesday, Tuga warned that such restrictions could stifle efforts to deepen U.S.-West African relationship and, of course, relations, particularly at the time when the region is ripe for economic cooperation and security collaborations. The minister called on Washington to reevaluate its approach, stressing that West Africa is not lacking in potential partners. Also, Iranian state television has revealed that Israel has attacked Iran's Arak heavy water reactor. The report revealed that there was no radiation danger whatsoever, noting that the facility had already been evacuated. Israel had warned earlier Thursday that it would attack the facility, urging the public to flee the area so that they can carry out what they needed to do. The warning on X included a satellite image of the plant in a red circle, like other warnings that preceded the strikes. The Israeli military says round of airstrikes targeting Tehran and other areas of Iran, without elaborating, alleged that Iran fired a salvo of missiles at Israel. Now to sports. Manchester United fans have condemned the club's decision to raise ticket price by over 50%, calling it a kick in the teeth, following one of the worst Premier League campaign in the club's history. The Manchester Supporters Trust, called MUST, strongly criticized the introduction of new match categorization model, which significantly increases prices for individual matches and match day tickets, particularly affecting the estimated 20,000 supporters who buy on a game-to-game basis. According to MUST, the cost of the cheapest ticket for most Premier League fixtures has risen by over 50%, with prices jumping from £32 to £52 for club matches and £37 to £60 to £97 for league matches and games. This announcement comes after a dismal 2024/2025 season in which United finished at 15th place, which is the lowest ever in the Premier League. To end the news, Arsenal will play Manchester United and Liverpool in the first 3 weeks of the new Premier season, kicking off on Friday, August 15th, 2025. According to reports, Arsenal and United could not have a tougher start to the new season, which will have both teams facing themselves on Sunday, 17th of August at the Emirates Stadium. The futures released Wednesday shows that champions Liverpool will host Bournemouth on the opening weekend of 2025/2026 Premier League session, with Manchester United Arsenal at Old Trafford. This will, however, mark the first full season for United managers Amorim, who struggled to a 15th place finish last season, while Liverpool, who won the league in Arne Slot's first season, will begin their title defense at Anfield in the curtain raiser on Friday, the 15th of August. That does it this morning on BDTV Breakfast News. I am Onyeka Valentine. Don't go away. Coming up next, the newspapers. We'll be right back.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Policy side, we need better policies to unlock capital for more impactful investment. Whether it's on the finance side, we need a proliferation of innovative finances that can be deployed for investment in social enterprise, in businesses in Africa. On the intermediary side, we need more intermediaries who have skills, who have capacity and a track record to move money from investors to our market. And in Africa, we have a debt of that. We've seen the growth of private equity in Nigeria. We've seen the growth of impact funds in Nigeria. We need more. But what are those things that we need? We need some kind of fund of funds financing that can help build the market, strengthen the capacity of local fund managers, and to move funds to the market. On the, I think I'm missing a particular sector. On the demand side, we need more enterprises who have the skills, competence, capacity, the structure, the governance in place, right, to scale as businesses, to receive money from investors and use that money in a way to scale their businesses and to solve social and economic problems within Africa. So a systems approach helps us look holistically where are the pain points and what can we do to accelerate opportunities, whether it's economic opportunities, access to finance for women, access to finance for MSMEs. So that's more of a systems approach towards addressing it. And every other things in between, like impact transparency, ensuring that we are measuring our impact, we are reporting our impact with credibility. The fact that access to finance for small business is a huge problem. Report shows that we have about $331 billion gap in financing SMEs. That's a huge problem itself. And we know that SMEs provide about 80% of the jobs for Africa. And same in Nigeria, about close to 90%, right? Now, access to finance, we need to solve it, particularly local finance, which will hedge out foreign exchange risk. And we're seeing what's happening in terms of geopolitics. Every country is looking nationally and regionally. So Africa too needs to take the lead because we have the opportunities here. We need pension funds to invest in the real sector. Pension funds in Africa need to do more apart from investing in government bonds and government financial instruments. We need to put our money where our mouth is in Africa and ramp up local capital from institutional investors to invest in MSME finance. If we get that right, that's great. Secondly, access to finance for women. Gender investment is another huge opportunity. It's a huge gap that our finance is not addressing. That's what we're trying to do on the region of Africa, close the $42 billion gap between SME finance led by men, SMEs led by men, and SMEs led by women. So these are some of the areas where we want to see change. And then again, policy. We want to see policy at a regional level that will support goods, mobility of goods across borders, mobility of finance across borders, reducing the cost of transactions between Nigeria and the next door Niger Republic or Benin Republic. These are some structural changes we want to see in the region.
We're still at the early stage in terms of the whole impact story for Africa. In Nigeria, we started the impact journey in Nigeria in 2019. This is only 2025, so it's only about 6 years old. Not much has been done yet. The building blocks are being built. The foundation is being set. The institution, the ecosystem is being improved and increased on. And the multiple layers of players that can add value to the ecosystem are now learning how to collaborate together in order to build the right system to achieve the goal that is necessary. And that's critical. And the components include government, includes private sector, it includes activists, and supporting that is a lot of other international parties, DFIs, development agencies of all sorts, apart from development funds. You have philanthropic funds that come into that part as well. But building an economic impact investing environment which would naturally attract the right financing itself, not just waiting for charity or any of that. Making it economically viable to put money to impact investing with promise of profitability and return, albeit with different parameters, creating the right measurements, of all the indices so that you can have data. You can also plan because you have the right data, and you can show results that encourage more people to invest in impact investing, everybody benefits. Think about all the problems we need to solve: education, agriculture, enterprise development, youth employment and youth engagement, and cutting across gender and all of those areas where we have latent assets that we must activate. Impact investing is a key that can help to unlock a lot of value within there and then help us with economic growth. 50% of our population and global population is female. So it's not rocket science to convince anybody, apart from chairing the Impact Investing Board in Nigeria and being part of the Global Impact Investing Board as vice chair. I serve on the board of 2X Global, which is the largest organization in the world driving gender investing. The reality is, it is smart investment to invest in women. A lot of women are brilliant, they're smart, they're dynamic, they give value, whether they're paid for it or not. So now imagine when you draw that into your economic plan and you rightly train, you rightly empower, and you rightly fund and inspire that other half of your assets, which is human resource. All you can get is phenomenal growth and additional result. And that's really what gender investing is about. It's a business issue. It's not a gender issue. People tend to think what we're talking about is just about women. No, we're talking about you maximizing your economic assets, and women are your economic asset. If they're 50% of your population and you're not investing rightly in them, it means that you're using the other 50%, which is male, to drive the economic investment in 100% of your population. Who does that? And really, in reality right now, there are many women that are single parents, not by choice. Some are widows, some are alone for whatever reason. Sometimes husbands have issues. Women are major economic contributors. Businesses go wrong, people lose jobs. Sometimes women are the ones carrying the burden of the extended family, their parents, their siblings, and all of that. So you don't even need to convince anybody as to why you need to make sure that you economically empower and derive value from every member of your community, including your women. So it's not a gender issue, it's an economic issue.
So transforming systems is, how do you get impact at the heart of decision making, at the heart of government decision making, so policy levers, at the supply of capital so that capital is put to work more for impact and for positive social and environmental outcomes, for the intermediaries that need to be put to work for the demand side of capital. So systems change means building an impact economy and transferring from supply into a much more diversified use of capital so that it really is put to work for positive social and environmental outcomes. I mean, I think we've learned quite a bit today about how important it is to focus on women, women-owned businesses, women-led businesses, women as consumers, women as producers. Essentially, that's sort of the POS. If you can identify an investment strategy that enables gender in some way, shape, or form, your return on investment is almost certain to be higher. I think what's interesting about the summit, the study tour, the event in Accra is that it really is bringing all of the parts, as I mentioned, of the ecosystem together. So you have the fund managers, you have the asset owners, you have the policymakers, you have a number of organizations that are present that are representing that, how do you really support enterprises and build an enabling environment to unlock impact capital. So I think the opportunity is, the networking opportunity is tremendous, and just understanding who people are within the ecosystem to be able to work together is amazing.
We are still continuing the ongoing debates, how we need to deepen investment, impact investment, continuing the transformation of this ecosystem and economic setups to be able to encourage younger minds, especially the youth population of Africa, to deepen their investments, create an enabling environment for them, and then help them to have access to capital to grow small and medium scale enterprises, and by so doing also grow the economy. When we grow the microeconomy together, the macroeconomy expands. Every leader in Africa, every country will set its own tone to help her citizens deepen their impact investment. Fortunately for us in Nigeria, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has created an enabling environment. They have deepened that investment sector and also liberalized the sector so that the Naira can gain stability. Now, funds have been released and a lot of promotion of startups to empower the youth through consumer credit scheme and other initiatives the government has brought in has helped our youth to go into impact investing. And that's one. Second is access to capital. Government has also made access to capital available for young minds through the various loans and grants given through the various government financial agencies that also provide such. That's second problem that may happen if it's not there. But the third one is capacity building. The youth need to demonstrate strong capacity in knowing how to invest into the economy, and that also government has through the private agencies to be able to provide startups, educational grants, and enabling environment and places where talents could be groomed to learn how to impact into investment. Above all, Africa has a very vibrant youth population, and the largest of it is found in Africa. I mean, Nigeria being the largest country. So we take the lead, and we are showing an example how we can achieve and deepen impact investment. So the conversation is still ongoing. We are having a gradual growth. Economy is picking up, and as Nigeria becomes stronger, we know it to affect the rest of Africa.
I think the business as usual is not going to work anymore, as we've seen with all the withdrawal of funding to Africa. So we have to look locally. We have to galvanize local capital. So the ecosystem has to see, how do we draw this capital out? What sort of structures will we make, financial structures in terms of instruments and that sort of thing, will make different investor classes come into the space? Because they're very easy ways to invest your money than PE, VC, and that sort of thing. So we need to figure out, how do we get local capital in? It's been the dependence on the international funders. It's changing. That landscape is changing. And my biggest takeaway from that is that you can't do it alone. It's gonna be an ecosystem approach. You have to get everybody at the table to see, let's find the win-win that's really gonna grow the economy. We need to take climate seriously. The climate change is real. Don't get it twisted. It is very real. So looking at solutions that are affordable and sustainable. We can't have businesses going into the space that they cannot make commercial returns and be sustainable on their own. They can't depend continuously on grant funding. What sort of solutions, homegrown solutions to meet these climate problems that are coming, can be made and made that can scale? I think that, for me, is what we all need to look at. And that's why also catalytic capital for that, because they need to think of different business models that will work for this market.
For us, impact is everything an investment helps generate. So one, you're looking to invest to generate a profit, but also you're creating jobs, you're ensuring taxes are paid, you're giving an opportunity for job providers or job people working, employees, to create a living and help improve living standards for their families and wider ecosystem they're connected to. Impact also stretches further to other stakeholders, suppliers to businesses, as well as buyers of products that are buying high quality products. In addition, you have environmental impacts where you're looking to improve air quality, reduce emissions, polluting emissions. And, so just a wide variety and swath of things that investing helps provide more positive impacts for communities. Gender lens is very critical. I mean, women are 50% just about of the population. We've made more than a tilt, but actually building an infrastructure to help support women-owned businesses and through helping create more female fund managers. And we're doing that through 3 primary pillars and following a certain framework called ABCD. The ABCD framework shapes those 3 pillars. One is accelerating, so providing an accelerator for female fund managers to train them. We've taken 45 female fund managers through that over the past 2 years. We have a bridging facility, the B, a warehouse bridging facility to help female fund managers invest in initial transactions to help build and demonstrate their track record for other investors to then come in.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
A very lovely morning to you, all our viewers this morning. Welcome to the Business Day newspaper review segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Onyoke Valentine.
And we'll be seeing what we have on the front pages of the papers this lovely Thursday morning in Lagos City. Let me start by saying that today has just been a very unique type of Thursday. I don't know if you've seen it. Usually you don't expect Thursdays to be, traffic laden and whatnot. But I think with Lagos, you just never know.
So they say Lagos, the city that never sleeps, is for a reason.
It's something else. With Lagos, you just never know. You can't even, you think you have your movement covered, but then it just brings up a surprise on you just unexpectedly.
But you made it, more importantly.
Right, exactly. Hope you have it. So, let's go straight to see what we have on the front pages this morning. The Business Day paper today says private hospitals expand as FX reforms unlock capital. And then this continues on the inside page, and then we see a banner of the West Africa Economic Summit, which held holding from June 20 to 21, more like an advert speaking about the event in advance. And we attended the roundtable sometime last week or about 2 weeks ago, which was really good. There's so much potential when we talk about the countries in the West Africa ecosystem in general. There's so much potential. When we talk about Nigeria, talk about Ghana, there's a lot to be done. And I could just, I have to really give it to, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Yusuf Maitama Tuga, because I can see how invested he is into making sure that
and he's quite passionate about it also.
Yeah, that there's economic advancement for Nigeria and other West African states. So it's going to be on from June 20th. Is this 20th? Yeah, no, from tomorrow. So from tomorrow, next tomorrow, the summit will kick off, and I'm just looking forward to the conversations. And I don't want it to be a dialogue, just a dialogue.
You must have action plans to come out of such conversations.
Because we have these summits, conferences, different things here and there, but I need to really see that beyond the dialogue. I could from the roundtable, which was really private, that we had last week or so, you could see the kind of people in the room, right? Investors, people from
potential partners.
You could see how invested they were in Nigeria. there was a woman we spoke to, I think she came from the Gambia, and she says that, look, Nigeria, you guys don't know what you have. That Nigeria is really the African giant. But you guys need to stop belittling that title of being African giants. You guys are actually African giants. There's a whole lot of potential here. And I think Nigerians need to begin to see that.
See, for me, I think you have hit the nail on the head. I think what is obtainable is that we allow narratives to slow us down, really. If we only but knew what we were capable of doing, we will understand that we have big opportunities that is lying in front of us and get ourselves involved in it. It's not bad understanding that you can get into other private sectors and do other business on the side. But if foreigners, if people who are other stakeholders in West Africa and other part of East Africa see Nigeria as a huge market for different industries, how come we're not seeing it ourselves? Is it because we've been in the hot pot for too long that we don't know that we can easily jump out of the pot? Sometimes like that. Complacency has a way of keeping you, dormant for a while, because you now think it is business as usual. So,
and it's not.
So I would advise Nigerians, you don't have to wait until you get visa to travel to some European country. You can just go to other African countries. Have a different feel. Understand that, look, these people are actually looking up to us. So when you go there, you see the things that are not working the way it's working here. You come back, you appreciate what's working here. I think it's a high time we need to see ourselves to say, look, we are, in the spirit of patriotism, and then take it from there.
And there's something about me, I do always say it every time, and people who know me very closely will say how Pan-African I am. I'm such a believer in Africa.
We're in the same boat.
Really,
Pan-Africans, yes.
I've always had this, there's this deep
sense of patriotism
to Africa that I have, not just Nigeria.
And it's growing now.
So much, yes. So, and I'm happy because way before it became a thing where everyone is trying to latch on because they see the potential. You know how when people see the potential, when the people are seeing that this thing is coming around, they're not trying to
tectonic shift.
No. Ever since, I've always been that person who, travel to African countries, or like when people around me travel to African countries, they give me, I'm sure you see that I used to have this band on my hand from Kenya.
Some East Africa.
Yeah. That has always been me. I truly believe that, you go to Europe, you go to the West, the fun is here, really.
It's called the West for a reason.
Yes.
Outside Africa.
But the fun is here. Africa is so colorful. The cultures are so rich.
We have not just
the music, the dance, the food.
There is tradition.
What are we saying?
The idea of pop culture still falls within the ambience of our tradition. In our music, Afrobeat is evolving every day. You're seeing, the merging of our local fabric with the pattern of Western fabric, but yet it still spells Africa. We see this every now and then, even in our conversations. When you catch yourself in some great conferences and you're having some great conversations, you realize at some point you want to dabble into your own local dialect, and it gives you that I have a plan B.
Sweet, I love those accents. When you hear a Kenyan speak, they have this slow accent. Elizabeth, I just wanted to. Then South Africans speak with that passionate, strong South African.
When Nigerians speak very fast and
very
loud.
Fast. We know they go there. We just have very unique energy across board. If you're in another African country, they can tell us, you're Nigerian. It's just beautiful. But look, I'm just looking forward to the conversations that come out from the West African Economic Summit. It's a very good time to be alive. We'll just look forward to the conversations. And there's also this other story on the front page of the BusinessDay paper this morning. It says private hospitals expand as FX reforms unlock capital. I'm really curious to see what the story is here.
So if you look at it, it's a good thing to know that private hospitals can expand. But on the flip side, as they expand, will we be seeing some level of subsidized, medical treatment, medical attention? The idea of NHIS, is it really going to, become even better for some people when you go outside your company or you're outside your work environment to go have NHIS on your own? It's 90 days. I don't know if that's changed now, but whichever it is, would we see far better, what's the word I'm looking for again, functionality, such a way that we'll now say, okay, for what it's worth, as they are growing, private sector, private hospitals, let our own hospitals too, general hospitals too, be growing too. All right? If this particular line is only going to favor private hospitals, like I said, it's not bad. But we also want our public hospitals to also grow. So public hospitals, if you are listening, those who run those areas, this is a small challenge for you. Up your game too, because health is wealth, and no better way to say it than how we've said it now. So if private hospitals are beginning to expand, then what are they doing right that our public hospitals cannot do? Let's be able to hold those who are in charge of those areas, the commissioners and the ministers, hold them to account. It's not a bad thing if we constructively criticize those who are supposed to make things work in the helm of affairs. The idea is to bring them on the table, bring them to the table, have a conversation. Look, let's get our hospital working properly. Our government hospitals, by the way, they're doing their best, but they can do better. It's part of it. We're all stakeholders in this thing. After all, like I said, if you're not healthy, what business do you have again?
All right. And to catch more insight on this story, you should grab a copy of the Business Day paper this morning.
Right.
You would find more insight, an insightful breakdown into what all of this is about. Administrative bottlenecks need fixing. According to the reporter here, Wasiu Ali has done a very excellent job on this one, and it's on page 28 of the Business Day paper. If you can't grab a copy of the Business Day paper, head over to www.businessday.ng to read more on the stories. Let's see what we have on the Guardian paper this morning. The Guardian paper this morning, of course, again, we see the spread of the West Africa Economic Summit. I think, let's see if we have it on the other paper. Okay, no, we don't. So the stories here, the big story here says, reactions trail Tinubu's Benue visit. Land grab remark, rising IDPs. So he made a comment about, during the Benue visit, he had made a comment, calling it a land grab, and their reactions trailing it, and that's a story on page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. Then there's another story here, says, Zenith Bank assures investors of exit from forbearance obligation. Then there's another story, it says, River Park Estate, court restrains IGP EFCC from alleged right violation. And then there's another one, says World Sickle Cell Day. Carriers, stakeholders bemoan high cost of care, health insurance omission. This story is really near to my heart right now, because I lost a colleague on Monday. I found out just today. I literally posted it on my stories last night. She went out of job because of this. My former colleague, she's the biggest warrior I know in terms of how she comes, shows up to work despite her condition. She's a mother of 2. Her husband has been out of his job for over 10 years, so she was being the breadwinner, and she was dealing with sickle cell, earning how much, and the company had to let her go because of what they call it, inconsistencies, which I felt that they could have still kept her. If it's just one person, a CSR project for just one person is not too much, and they let her go, and in the last month it spiraled out of control, and she was trying to find 4 million naira. The 4 million naira did come, but the complication had already gone deep, so we lost her.
Wow.
And it's really sad, when I think this is just important to just let people know that love is good, but if you need to get checks, do all of the things that are necessary to be done, and just because of the future, because of your children, because of the people that will bear the brunt.
Just to lighten up the mood a little bit. Like we always say, that if you feel something, say something. But even when you're dealing with something, I tell you, understand that. Look, so some people say a problem shared is a problem spread. I think it's on the reverse. It's not. The problem shared is a problem solved. Again, you have to make sure you have the right family around you. The right family helps you to go through these things. I hope she had great family people around her that could have also helped her cushion up the effect. From what you said, she lost, husband lost the job, and so back and forth. And of course, the psychological effect alone on the person, the trauma, and which is why I want to throw this out to the government, to people out there. Look, you don't know what people are dealing with. Yes, there is a strong, action plan there for every organization or company to enable to make your employees, right, do their work. But I think it should be a matter of concern where we say, look, every month we're getting counselors to sit people who are working 9 to 5, working back to back, to talk to them, to find out exactly what they're going through. Go through the HR department, talk to them and find out what are you going through that can be spoken about. Because some people are going through a lot. And you know what they say about depression? Sometimes it has a smile covering it. I remember back in the days, about 10 years ago, luckily for us, we didn't lose that guy. What happened was he was going through a barrage of problems. And so the one that now, created the cap over the whole thing was when he heard that, okay, his son wasn't his. So that made it all out of control. But luckily for him, we got the wind of the whole situation and we chipped in and started talking to him, and then got him out of that. Otherwise, he could have probably killed himself. He tried a couple of times, it didn't work because we didn't want him to say, no, you are here for the long run. So what are we trying to say? People are going through a lot, and in dealing with things, you still have to understand that give and take, that your immediate family are there for you. So when things are going well, don't put your family aside and say, no, I'm busy. You can't be too busy for your family, really. Because when things now become, down the hill, there's still your same family that will stand with you.
Right, and then this story on reactions trailing Tinubu's Benue visit, I mean, he did say that, I think in his comment, when he was trying to, appease, the people of Benue or empathize with them, he had made a comment. I think I'll just go to, just try to find if I could just do a quick paraphrase of it. It said, if it's about land grabbing, we must learn to share and accommodate each other. We have enough children, enough land to feed our children, to cultivate happiness and build prosperity. And then the thief people are warning that wrong diagnosis will always lead to wrong treatment, because who says it's land grabbing?
See, so I mean, in the news today, okay, the thief chief, right, the fifth, they call him the fifth, he made it clear this is way beyond land grabbing. It is a deliberate attempt by these bandits, these extremists, those who are perpetrating this crime. Is a deliberate attempt, right, headed towards genocidal movement. They want to claim the land and claim it. So it's not just land grabbing. Otherwise, if they truly want to talk about is their land or whatever, let them go to court now and let them have proper court proceedings. No, so they hide behind that mask of theirs, come at night, kill people and leave. We shouldn't just treat them as bandits or terrorists. We should treat these people as what they are, devils, and deal with them. Now, I don't think, so put it this way, it would be insensitive of anybody if you are in any level of position or whatever around the world to say there's something to justify, the killing of innocent people. Do you know, even in the military, right, there is space for surrender, really. Okay, my guns are down, I surrender. Let them go. So if you truly want to say, okay, you are out for the land, you could catch them and take them somewhere else or whatever it is, and maybe go falsify. I'm not saying you should do that. But let's be honest. This is not about land grabbing. It's about ethnic cleansing. And we should frown at these things. There is no way anyone can get around it using figure of speech or using any form of, sarcasm or what. It won't work. Say it as it is. Address the elephant in the room. This is ethnic cleansing. And people are weighing it on it. Did they have to take Pope all the way, the Pope all the way in Rome, the pontiff, to get our guys to move? What if he didn't mention it? Are you saying that our leaders wouldn't move immediately to that area and go and see what's going on?
And I saw a video yesterday which I did share on our group chat, which I thought was really insensitive. I mean, the president is going to Benue State to go and empathize, visit the people that have lost so many of their people, family members in this bloodbath. And I don't know whose advice it was to send pupils on the streets Okay, firstly, there are two problems here. What is the specialty in this occasion that the pupils needed to be on the streets to go and welcome the president?
What kind of
And no,
plan
that's not
was
even
that?
that's not even the worst part of it. To add insult to injury is the fact that it was raining.
And so they were under
the rain. And these people were welcoming. I'll share that with you. And these children were welcoming the president. What is special about this visit? We're talking about a bloodbath. It's not maybe you're coming to commission something or a sweet thing happening. So firstly, there was no need to have people say, "Welcome to Benue State."
Expose them
under the rain. And then these children are from schools that I'm sure their parents don't even have money. And then we will have another health situation emerging from this thing happening under the rain, because they had to spend, of course, they've been there standing for a while waiting for him till his emergence with his convoy, and then rain is falling.
To do more justice to this matter, right? I think we need to begin to deploy some do I use the word psychologist or psychiatrist to really check what's going on with most people? Because I don't understand it. Whoever planned that thing needs his brain to be checked. Whoever organized...
This is the specialty in the occasion.
Whoever organized the plan to welcome the president and use kids and have people to stand in front of the road under the rain needs to be checked. This is a fundamental issue. Do you know why? Because it has gone way past putting square pegs in round holes. It is now an issue of misappropriation of energy, if such word does exist. Human energy. You are channeling those children to a path where tomorrow someone will say, okay, no, I was there to welcome the president. On what occasion? The occasion that people died? This is even worse.
It's absurd.
The fact is you took them out of school.
Out of school.
So
there's so many layers to the problem. They should be in school, one. Right. Number two, if you had to bring them like a special occasion, there's no specialty in this occasion. We should be mourning.
It's just anyway, well,
And then it's raining. And then even if the person that whoever came up with that absurd idea didn't think, oh, it's raining, we can't, I'm sorry, we have to practice.
We are used to channeling our, like I said, I don't know if it's the right word I used, but we're used to channeling our energy towards the wrong direction.
Exactly.
All for what? Eye service. It's just eye service. That's what it meant.
It's eye service.
Leave the children in school. The person should just come in quiet. Forget all the siren. Just come quietly, because you're not coming to launch a what's it called open construction or whatever it is, or launch some edifice or whatever it is. You're there to show to show empathy. So again, you see, so we can't fault the president. Right? His mission there was to come and show empathy, show concern, and some form of encouragement. It is those people who are trying to gain some form of quote and unquote position.
It's absurd.
Try to get his attention, but they are the ones that we should blame.
It's absurd.
But you not tell me the governor wasn't aware of it. That you didn't go and line on the street.
There's absolutely no. But I mean, let's just move on and see what we have on the Punch paper this morning. We hope that something much more, the front page of the front page of the Punch paper this morning says, Tinubu assembles top brass and ex-governors to end Benue killings. Ex-generals, Ogbe, top monarchs, others on high-level peace panel, and President orders IG and CDS on killer's arrest. Earlier back state police. There's another story on commissioning. President Tinubu to commission roads leading Mabushi with Katampe and George's quarters area today. There's been commissioning since the start
that's no news.
Since last week. We've been commissioning one thing or the other. And then there's another story. It says INEC fires back at coalition over 2027 party registration delay.
Could we stop this already? Could we literally push this under the carpet? This talk of 2027, isn't it absurd? Doesn't it give reason for anyone out there to think that we are jokers? Let's be honest. Can we for once just say, look, 2027, stay where you are. Let us deal where we are. Why are we jumping so fast to the future? What is wrong with our politicians? I'm not saying that they shouldn't do that which it is that they want to do, right, to keep their tenure running. But I'm saying it's not rather too early. And the more we see things like this in the papers, we get to ask ourselves a question. So, are you saying that you're jumping class to the next point when what you're dealing with has not been given a pass mark yet? You know?
Look, they're different. You know, I'm looking at the front pages this morning, and I'm just like, the issues, they're myriad. There's a myriad of them.
Again, it's our nation, and then, you know, if you're not on it, so I'll make a case for the presidency. If you're not on that seat, you'll never know what they're facing.
Obviously,
so let's
that's right. But we as people need to even do sensible things.
And he's also at his age, he's trying his best to be able to move around, to make things happen. Some people just sit far away and send delegates, but at least give it to him that he said, okay, let's go visit Benue. Okay, let's go commission those things. Let's go there. You know, so judging his age, I must for once.
At what age?
Well,
is it the same age that they are conflicted about?
Whichever it is, we know that he's not 60-something or 70-something. I don't know.
Who says we know? I don't know, well, because I mean I follow what I see.
But whichever
details
it is,
we have.
But whichever it is, you know, we need to give the president some credit for being able to, you know, meet up all these openings and all this launching and everything, the road, the coastal road, you know, giving some credit to be able to meet up to some of the new event centers that are being inaugurated and every other thing. So kudos, Mr. President.
All right.
It's not easy.
Kudos to Mr. President, truly. I mean, when you're sitting in positions of authority,
true that.
You know where the shoe pinches. Yeah. So it's never easy. And I hope that God grants him more wisdom to lead this nation. Yes. But let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the BDTV newspaper review. Oh, it's always a good way for us to, you know, wrap up the newspaper review with what we have on the cartoon of the day. So that's one right there. It says government escort. So there's an ambulance. Right. That's an ambulance, isn't it?
It says government escort, and behind the ambulance has is that interesting?
Those are cattle.
Those are cows, definitely. And in front we have dispatch riders, like they call them pilots 1 and 2, saying make way for the Odogus. So who are the Odogus now?
Who are the Odogus?
Are they the ones that are hiding behind the idea of being cattle rearers and headsmen, committing crime and killing people, killing innocent people
and then,
in
and
Benue?
Then they are behind, and then so listen, on that
treatment.
Ambulance, then you can see a banner that says, I think cow lives matter.
Now that's something to think about.
That's something to think about.
So are we now saying that the lives of cattle now ranks higher than the ones of human beings? So if cows are killed, people rush to go see what happened. When human beings are killed, people take their time. Are you saying human lives are not more important? I should not be given the highest of all priority?
So
cows
now matter much more than humans. There's a lot to think about from that cartoon.
What is about creativity and cartoon? It helps to give a vivid picture. At the same time, it comes from the angle of creativity. So whatever our viewers make of it, it is, you know, their own discretion. Let's leave it at that.
Absolutely. That's where we wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Stay with us for the big story at the top of the hour by 10 o'clock.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict In my mind, I say, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome to the Business Day Manufacturing Conference.
Business Day hosted its manufacturing conference on the 29th of May 2025 at the Oriental Hotel in Victoria Island, Lagos, themed Unlocking Nigeria's Manufacturing Potential, Strategies for Sustainable Growth Amid Economic Turbulence. The conference united industry leaders, investors, legal experts, and policymakers to explore the need for enhanced access to finance, technology adoption, and integration into regional value chains to boost the sector. The event kicked off with the editor of Business Day, Mr. Tayo Fabule, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
35 billion in manufacturing output sounds very big, right? But someone mentioned energy here and said most factories really run their own energy. If you listen very carefully, you hear the generator in your background. Okay? In 2019, Nigerians off the grid generated or manufactured energy was $20 billion. So compare that to 35 billion in manufacturing output. So imagine if all of that money that was spent in manufacturing energy was spent in expanding, innovation, productivity. You can imagine where it will go.
As the event proceeded, the keynote speech was delivered by Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadiri, Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, who made emphasis on how crucial the manufacturing sector is to Nigeria's economy despite its untapped potential due to numerous familiar constraints.
The global economic landscape is undergoing seismic shifts characterized by geopolitical uncertainties, inflationary pressures, disrupted supply chains, protectionist policies, energy market volatility, and fragile financial markets. The manufacturing sector is not insulated from this phenomenon.
This was followed by a presentation from the External Affairs Director of British American Tobacco, West and Central Africa, Odiri Erewa Megasin, which explicitly disclosed how manufacturers can weather the storm and achieve long-term success in Nigeria.
The manufacturing sector is very important. And when I say why is it important, it's important for us because you need a vibrant manufacturing economy to be able to diversify, to be able to create jobs, to be able to make sure that we also grow exports. Like I say, when we import, we're exporting jobs.
The conference also featured another presentation from the team leader of the FMCG sector of Strain and Bland Partners, Mr. Marvis Oduogo, which covered the strategic management of labor and employment, which is the backbone of the manufacturing industry.
Labor is a very key factor of production because it is first unique and it is also, it has something to do with human relationship. And when you talk about relationship, you talk about emotions playing in. And you must be intelligent enough, knowledgeable enough to be able to understand how to guide and then pioneer this human relationship.
The conference opened up conversations on the major challenges and potentials of the manufacturing industry in Nigeria, and an in-depth analysis backed by data through panel sessions with reputable panelists. Each session also featured question and answer segments between attendees and panelists.
I will encourage more public and private engagements. Something like this, one of our panelists made a point about, for a conference like this, where we have the government present, government officials present, so that we can always engage together. It's also an advice to government that when you want to bring up a policy, involve the operators, of the implementers of that policy from the planning stage, not at the implementation stage. So don't produce something and just dump on them. So if you bring them in, you will find out that they will own the policy and implement with you. And there you have more, you have better results.
Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference and their thoughts on the opportunities that await Nigeria.
The conference has enabled stakeholders to have a conversation around how we can build a virile and sustainable manufacturing sector, because it's indisputable that it is a major contributor to national wealth, job creation, innovation, and general improvement in the economy of the country. So my takeaway from here is that a lot needs to be done, and stakeholders, the media, the government, the consumer, and the manufacturers themselves need to work collaboratively so that they can co-create an ecosystem that builds manufacturing resilience, that is able to overcome the myriads of challenges that have continued to limit the performance of the sector. It is unacceptable that a sector as important as the manufacturing sector is only contributing less than 8% to the GDP. I mean, it ought to be a driver, the engine of growth. And as such, those binding constraints that has continued to limit its performance has to be addressed and addressed frontally so that the country can benefit from the enormous resources that we have, that we can add value to improve life, improve government revenue, and generally uplift the economy of the country.
The manufacturing sector is a sector has come to stay as a key sector that will drive home, the policies of the government, and also a key sector that will also ensure involvement of Nigerians in building the economy itself. You will find out that when the president makes use of patronized made in Nigeria goods, there is no sector in mind that comes directly to mind than the manufacturing sector is. And this program is very, very timely, to send that message back to every producer, every manufacturer, every employer of labor out, that there is something happening and this is the right time to key into that.
We keep talking about the problems facing manufacturers in Nigeria. Some of them are well known, but I think more of what we are looking at is how we continue these conversations to see how we can get the attention of government to some of these issues and let them know the intensity and gravity. I know they know the problems, but at times they need to just hear from real operators. So you heard in the first panel, the panelists talking about what they suffer, how they survive, how they struggle with this and that. So that's the benefit of having this kind of conference. And in my own panel session, we're talking about private sector working with government. And that is very key, because we know that government alone cannot provide all the infrastructure that we need. Whether it's energy infrastructure, export infrastructure, all the logistics, it cannot. So they need the private sector. In fact, we always say that government has no business in business. So leave it to the business people to do. But for you to have a good partnership with business people, some things must be put right. So if they are not there, those are the weaknesses I was talking about. We need strong institutions. Our institutions are not as strong as they should be. And that's why a PPP starts today. And you are not sure if that is going to outlive this administration. So that's a red flag. So conferences like this keep highlighting such issues, hoping that government will keep hearing and tweaking their strategies, tweaking their policies, and who knows, maybe very soon we'll have a better deal.
The curtains of the conference was drawn with a closing address from Mr. Tayo Fabule, editor, Business Day, who expressed his gratitude to guests and speakers at the event while reflecting on the conference and why it was a necessity to Nigeria's economic growth.
Manufacturers tend to go through a lot, and I remember one gentleman, the company is doing very well now, but at the start of last year, when they were going through a very rough period, things weren't looking very good. But I'm glad to hear what I heard today, even as an editor, as a journalist, manufacturers finding their way around the problems, thinking long term, and very hopeful, and I would say bragging about made in Nigeria. I think that's my own major takeaway. Just fixing the problem, making things in Nigeria, and being able to brag about them.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
It was an evening of culture, connection, and celebration on Thursday, May 29th at the Coronation Art Gallery in Victoria Island, Lagos. Artists, collectors, and dignitaries gathered to witness a powerful exhibition titled Custodians of Legacy, Collecting with Purpose. Curated by Ugoma Ebila, the showcase explores themes of identity, memory, and meaning. A journey that drew Nigeria's top business leaders, diplomats, and art enthusiasts. The chairman of Coronation Group, Mr. Aigboje I. Imokwede, led the host of dignitaries in attendance, including the United States Acting Consul General Joe Ellen Gorg, and executives from across different sectors as they immersed in an evening of art and storytelling. The showcase featured rare works from the private collections of Hakeem Adedeji and Ngozi Edozian, two patrons whose decades-long commitment to African art tells a story of identity, memory, and of collecting with purpose.
I started this collecting thing not out of any consciousness. Seriously, I was given a room in a flat, and I needed to decorate it. And this is where a lot of people start. So I needed to decorate, so I went out to Piccadilly Circus, and I got myself about 5 posters, £10 posters of European masters. And suddenly the interest started. I came back to Nigeria, and boom, I couldn't keep my eyes off my hands or even the resources that I had and other people's resources off. And this is where the story started.
Collecting with purpose for me is just not just going out and collecting, but collecting for heritage. I collect for my history. I collect for my African history. I collect for so much, you know. And I started collecting in 1985 as a student. I hope they take a bit of creativity with them. I hope they take a bit of purpose, and I hope they take a bit of philanthropy, you know, supporting the art. Not necessarily. It's anything that has to do with my art, with my culture, that has to do with our story. Don't forget, the Oyibo man that collects, that is proud of his culture, is collecting for a purpose. He has been doing it for thousands of years, and he's been doing it just collecting the simple things that happen in his life. Not necessarily extraordinary events, but just ordinary things, the ordinary person's life, you know. And I wish people would do a lot more of that in Nigeria. So, I mean, a lot of Nigerians are coming into it. People are getting more creative. Put it this way, they're reading creativity. They were not reading creativity the way they want, you know, or rather, they're reading creativity much more than they were 20 years ago, 10 years ago. So things are gearing up, things are starting. Let's just wait and see. Let's just continue to do these events like this. Hakeem Adedeji collector.
People keep asking, why do I collect? And I say that I didn't know I was a collector until someone came and said, you're a collector. But I just choose pieces of art, and I've done so since I was a very, very early age, because I love all things aesthetic. And I grew up with art and music and so much around me all the time in the home. And I've always wanted to just keep things that speak to me, tell me a story, has a meaning somehow in my life and that I'm drawn to for one reason or the other. And to me, art is not just the things on walls, it's not just sculpture, it's also just your general ambience, furniture, it is carpets, it is everything and how you create an ambience around you. So, yeah. I think it's lovely just to have beauty and stories that mean something to you in your presence and in your space.
It doesn't necessarily have a single theme. I tend to collect works that tell stories and works that connect with something that has happened in my life. And I simply like the aesthetic of the art, the story, and the calling that some of these pieces have for me. But there's no particular theme, but I will say that I tend not to collect works that are sad. I tend to collect works that have joy and that are figurative. I don't do a whole lot of abstract art, mostly figurative art. I think that we, in this continent, in this country, have an absolutely beautiful culture. We have an incredible sense of the aesthetic, incredible sense of art. And I think collecting with purpose is about showcasing what we have. And I think it's also about giving life and continuity to African artists, to what we have that is so beautiful, and celebrating all of our artisans, our artists, our people, and our culture. I hope they take away that you can start small and you don't even necessarily have to have an objective. It's just the appreciation of a piece that calls your name and that calls and speaks something to you. And I hope they take away that everybody can be a collector, anyone and everyone. I think we do have an appreciation for art. I think somehow we're beginning to lose that because we don't take a lot of pride in the aesthetic that we have. And if you look in ancient times, even common everyday pieces were art. We have amazing artisans. And I think that people should understand that bringing this into their world and into their life is bringing a little bit of culture and a lot of beauty and a lot of meaning.
Since its launch in 2022, the gallery has become a platform for cultural engagement, bridging finance, creativity, and community through quarterly exhibitions.
Well, for Coronation, we seek to democratize access to sustainable growth. That's what we do. So whether across our entities you're coming to us to invest or to lend or to ensure, we have 12 entities that provide all of these financial services. What we're trying to do, every single day is to create a pathway for more and more people to access wealth that can be transferred from one generation to another. And we see that there's a strong connection between wealth and arts. We see wealth as somewhat the language of art. And so I think it makes sense that we would also want to democratize access to art, but particularly African arts. We don't believe art should only be something for the elite and for the few. We want art to actually be something that helps us interpret our past, express our present, and even craft the future for us. So some of the works that you see here, they are maybe 103 decades old. We have more recent works, but the heart of it all is ensuring that the entire ecosystem continues to be preserved. What do I mean by the ecosystem? The creators themselves, the collectors like Mr. Akim and Liberty were showcasing today, the curators, like us, involved in cultural programming and conservation, and even for you, the communicators, all together work to ensure that we continue to keep the art scene thriving. And so that's where we see ourselves as Girl Nation, ensuring that we play our own role in funding the ecosystem, propelling the ecosystem forward, and by so doing also connect with the passion points for our customers as well. So for us, it's a language through which we speak to our customers. It's a language that allows us to engage in dialogue, and it's a language that also allows us to transfer legacy from one generation to another. Art has always had a significant place with it. Masters like Be'ewoyo, for example, who were very big on pre-independence art, it's a mode of expression. So whether it is freedom from whatever it is that it's all thinking about, it's a mode for driving economic development as well as empowerment. So art is a tool for driving economic empowerment, and art is a tool for telling our stories, to give it a sense of belonging. So nation building is there, which I believe is actually a missing part. When last do you see a 10-year-old who said, I wanted to collect a piece of art, or I wanted to do some art? And the reality is that sometimes a little earlier, at age 5, at age 7, they're actually already drawing, creating art, but somehow they get into their teen years and art becomes something that is boring. That's what we want to avoid. We want that passion for art to continue to carry from generation to generation, so that our own things, our own art is not lost. It's been amazing. And you know what makes me know that? I look at the faces of the collectors who actually own the art. And when the art is on our walls, in the ambience and the environment, it makes them light up. They almost cannot believe that it's the same work that is attracting so much conversation, joy, happiness, and beauty, which is what art really does. It releases us into, higher dimensions of living. That's the way I look at it. So I think the reception has been awesome. It has been that way every single exhibition. We do this quarterly, and every single time feedback we get is that it's evolving, it's growing, and it just keeps getting better. So it actually means what I kind of started with, that there's an entire ecosystem around the art. Many people see art as what the creator alone does. But there's the ecosystem of people who make the textile, people who frame the works, people who ensure the works like us, people who do cultural programming like us, people who conserve the art. So there's so many parts to the art, and that's the entire ecosystem that patrons recognize they need to support. Whether supporting it through just, educating the artists, exposing the artists, bringing them into galleries and museums that would expose them to grow and for their works to continue to appreciate in value. That's the entire ecosystem that we are highlighting tonight. Also showing the part that Coronation plays in that ecosystem. I think one of the most powerful parts about leadership is your ability to create a picture, for those who follow you. So with creativity and particularly expressed art, we're able to almost create a vision, shape a narrative, imbibe a value. That's where leadership comes, and as I believe that's where creativity and leadership can play into play. Oh, absolutely. Everyone you see on the walls here. So we focus on contemporary Nigerian art today, and that's really what we do: African art, Nigerian art, but particularly in the show, contemporary African art, because that's what we want to promote. We believe in the beautiful future of Africa, and that's what we're highlighting here today. So we're not just showing works of the masses, we're actually showing works for people who have grown through our ecosystem, like I said, who have submitted themselves to learning, growing, developing their craft, and today we're happy to showcase what we've developed.
As the night proceeded, some of the attendees at the event shared their experiences from a beautiful night.
When it has to do with arts, anything creative, I'm really open because I think it inspires me somewhat, and I feel relaxed when I actually see other people's art and I see what other people are creating. It feels like I can do something better, greater. So it pushes me, inspires me. No, I don't know the name, but there is an art there that feels like my mom. I don't know, the body, the demeanor, the attitude just reminds me of my mom. That's my favorite. I know art lovers in Nigeria. People spend money for art in Nigeria because, I don't know, what are we doing in this life without art now? The colors, the creativity, the shape, everything. It's something we should all look forward to, and Nigerians love art in every kind of way. Yeah, I do. I paint sometimes, but not. But I do paint, and it's nice. And yes, I even want to fill my house with more art. It's money, boys. It's money to spend. I think this just announces more artists to more people. They're really helping a lot of people, and it's also the whole event is well organized, and you just have reputable people that love the arts, that can purchase it, and that can spread the word. It's a great experience.
Because I love art, actually, that's why I'm here. I love art that can make me think, that can make me analyze, try to figure out what exactly I'm looking at. So yeah, that's why I'm here. This one, really. And this one caught my attention because initially I passed this art twice and I didn't know what I was looking at. But the third time I figured that, okay, these are ballerina dancers. So I had to pause to think, to figure out which is interesting for me. I love art that has a story behind it. So, yeah. I think it's all about, understanding. I'm gonna put it in perspective. So understanding why you as a human being, you're here. I'm looking into your future and looking at what kind of impact you want to have. What do you want to be remembered for even when you're not here, basically. So that's what legacy is all about. And I'm gonna tie that directly to this particular art right there. You can see that it's a young boy, sort of looking into his future, trying to figure, okay, do I have a future? And if I do, what does that look like? So for me, this particular art depicts the entirety of this house. Then, people are talented. There's a lot of creativity in the world. Looking at this art, it's amazing how people can, put their thoughts down on a canvas. So I'm just going to go around with the fact that there's a lot of creativity. What's it called? I'm gonna speak from the artist's POV. I think it's really good for them. It gives the visibility that, they otherwise would maybe have had. So it helps people to see their work. It helps them showcase their work. I mean, I had a conversation with one of the artists, and it was just lovely to, understand his thought process where he's drawing on the canvas. So I think it helps with the visibility from the artist's point of view. So yeah.
It is very meaningful because most of the artists presented here are very good cream of the crop artists from Nigeria. And so to see a beautiful collection like this assembled from work of Nigerian artists is fantastic. I'm connected to a lot of the pieces. It's like asking your favorite child. Not all of them speak to me. I like this one because of the massive nature. And this was done by my friend, Professor Pejula Iwola. She teaches now in the University of Iowa in United States. She used to be in University of Lagos. I think it's growing, especially around Lagos and Abuja, and it's growing to the upper parts of Nigeria. But it's a welcome development. It's a welcome development. Collecting with purpose means collecting with direction. I support the work of artists because they mean something to me. Two things have to come together. I don't collect because of the prizes or anything. It has to speak to me first. And because I'm a Nigerian, naturally, I want to collect Nigerian art. For the company that sponsored this coronation, I hope that they get to be good business. Because events like this are very important. And so I hope Coronation Securities, Bank, whatever, I hope we get good business from this. Well, art, especially narrative art, documents the process of nation building. And so you could tie them together. As art evolves, the nation evolves. And you have a catalog, a compendium of the developments.
Coronation has made a name not only in finance but also in fostering cultural engagement. Since its inception in 2022, the gallery has hosted landmark exhibitions, including one in 2023 spotlighting female collectors. As the evening drew to a close, guests were encouraged not only to engage with the art, but to reflect on the deeper narrative behind the collections, one rooted in the timeless African values of care, memory, and the pursuit of impact. With each exhibition, Coronation Art Gallery continues to position itself as a platform that transcends aesthetics, serving as a melting point for art, capital, and culture. Elizabeth Musa reporting for Business Day Television.
It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 RegTech Africa Conference and Awards, a flagship platform for dialogue, innovation, and actionable insights at the intersection of regulation, technology, and financial inclusion in Africa.
RegTech Africa hosted a conference on the 22nd and 23rd of May 2025, themed Unlocking Africa's Cross-Border Payments, Trade and Investment Opportunities through Public-Private Partnerships. The conference united fintech innovators, Nigerian regulatory commissions, investors, policymakers, and industry leaders to explore actionable strategies that will foster growth in Africa's promising economy. The first day kicked off with the CEO of RegTech Africa, Mr. Cyril Okorigwe, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
This conference is a bold step forward, designed to move us from barriers to bridges, from policy to practice, and from innovation islands to connected ecosystems. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in rigorous and forward-thinking discussions across 10 specialized roundtable tracks, bringing together over 70 top leaders, policymakers, innovators, and influencers from around the globe. These sessions are not merely conversations, they are catalysts for the kind of change we need. Practical, scalable, and inclusive.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Directorate, CBN, represented by Mr. Okpanachi Usman Moses, Director, Statistic Department of CBN, who made emphasis on how crucial a paradigm shift is needed in creating a seamless payment, investment, and trade system in Africa.
Mobile money has demonstrated a transformative impact on the African economy with substantial growth in transactions, facilitating intra-African trade, notably for SMEs, and generating significant economic returns.
The occasion featured keynote presentations from Mr. Richie Emma, representing the private sector's perspective, as well as Mr. Abdulrashid Bawa for the public sector.
So we see that 54 organizations, right, reported experiencing data breach, right, caused by third parties. And 76% of compliance managers still rely on manually scanning regulatory websites, searching for information, searching for updates. Regulation as a whole, compliance as a whole is very complex because it keeps evolving, it keeps changing. Every single jurisdiction has its own requirements, data protection law, data storage, and all of that. KYC processes. We have to be in line, we have to communicate. The public sector, the private sector must communicate. The battle is won. The winner is also won. And either we will like it or not, I personally want to win. That's why we are offering a solution that can help the private sector to win, as well as the public sector.
Africa's financial evolution cannot
be driven by one sector alone. It must be a collaborative effort that breaks down silos between innovators and regulators, and between governments and entrepreneurs. And to unlock this full potential of digital finance and regional trade, three things must be done. Regulators must become agile architects of inclusive, risk-based frameworks. Innovators must embed compliance and transparency from the outset, not as an afterthought. And governments must invest in national and regional RegTech infrastructure, thereby creating a financial ecosystem where every penny is traceable and every transaction is accountable. I know that people will say that it's a tall order, but I believe with technology, we can do wonders. It is only through this synergy that we can bridge the gap between vision and vigilance, and between opportunity and oversight.
Ambassador Peter Ryan also provided a diplomatic perspective.
Technology is all about your openness and your willingness to work with partners, the education and the readiness of your society to adopt new technologies and to really build world-class collaboration. And Ireland is only a small little place. I just keep repeating that to you. So we don't claim to be the best at anything really, but there's one or two things where we're really in an interesting position. And one of them, many of them will surprise you. They surprise me every day. So I'll just give you a couple of them if I may. One is that we're the 6th largest exporter on the planet of financial services. We only have 1% of the population of the European Union. There's 193 countries in the United Nations, and Ireland is number 6 on the planet in exporting financial services.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers and roundtable sessions which were able to address how to tackle transaction costs, infrastructure gaps in cross-border payments, combat financial crimes, and protect consumers through a multi-stakeholder approach while building digital trust in a complex technological era. At the end of the event, some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference, alongside thoughts on the opportunities that await Africa.
RegTech solutions enabling digital identity across African nations. I mean, yes. that's basically sits at the center of what RegTech is, right? Because digital identity has come to stay as a major means through which you transact, right, or do anything in the digital space. So we say that there's been high proliferation of digitization. In the digital world, a lot's happening and it keeps growing, right? Identification then becomes the means, right, to authenticate and verify, the true identity of the players in the digital space. Because without identity, there's no way you can keep tag of those that are playing in the digital space, right? So RegTech is that platform, provides that solution, right, that helps in identifying the key players. Are they good actors? Are they bad actors? And how can you as a solution provider, right, a fintech, for instance, be able to leverage that solution to identify those that are using the platform? How can you, as a regulator, be able to use that solution to identify the stakeholders you are dealing with? How can you, as a financial institution, for instance, use that solution to identify your customers? That's why today, when you go to a bank or any financial to transact, the first thing they ask is your BVN, right? Through your BVN, they are able to tell that, oh, you are the person that actually owns the account. That's identity. Without the BVN, there's no way they will know. Any other person can walk into the bank and claim that they are you, right? So that is how important identification is. And RegTech is really the engine room that powers all of this.
In NDIC, we are part of the financial system. and we're also part of the financial safety net, which means we work together with other financial regulators, in specific terms, the Central Bank of Nigeria, to supervise banks, which is one of our mandates. Our key role is to protect depositors and to protect depositors' funds so that in the event of bank failure, depositors will be reimbursed. Now, as a financial regulator, we do not work in silos. We have to collaborate with financial sector and industry players. So RegTech is all about regulatory technology. It has to do with stabilizing financial systems, making sure that the financial sector is growing and that it is nurtured rather than it being stifled by regulation, but also to make sure that the services they provide are best quality and that customers and consumers are not shortchanged. So the reason why we're here basically is to network with these stakeholders in the financial industry to look at the new things that are going on with regulatory technology. Banking supervision, which is one of our key mandates in NDIC, means that we go and look at the operations of financial institutions that are under our purview to make sure that they're following the regulatory criterias, the prudential guidelines, and so on, to ensure that depositors' funds are protected. So, as you know, in the private sector, in the financial sector, digital financial services has been a huge, influence, and it is so pervasive, and we have benefited from it, but there are also some negative things that have come out of it. So we are here to collaborate, to network, to also promote what we do in NDIC so that we can also make an input into our operations to make sure that we're doing things better. And also we are a forward-looking institution to see how we can also incorporate some of these technologies into our operations.
I think one of the differentiating factors about the fact that we offer a unified compliance solution that literally covers the entire user journey. So from KYC, user verification, analyzing potential risk, to continuous monitoring, which is fraud prevention, transactions monitoring based on advanced AI engine that customers can use to monitor fraud in real time, reporting in real time. So all of that, I believe, sets us apart from the competition, and the system is fully automated, right? Which is very important in our modern day life, right? Because fraud is evolving and technology should also be in a fast pace, right? So that, I believe, is a differentiating factors if you compare us with other players. Yeah.
Well, we are a one-stop toolkit for compliance for the Nigerian market, and so far we've been solving the problem of simplified compliance, basically. So before we came into the market, they were just expensive toolkits, complex toolkits to integrate, but RegFile is solving that problem at a very affordable cost. So we are like a one-stop toolkit, and we meet the current CBN structure. We meet and we exceed it. So if you're looking for any compliance toolkit, please make sure to reach out to us.
The Pan Atlantic University brought together industry experts, creators, students, and changemakers in the music industry at the Lagos Business School for the second edition of its SMC Music Business Conference, themed Leveraging AI for Growth, Opportunity and Sustainability in the Music Industry on the 30th of May 2025. The conference commenced with a welcome address from the Pan Atlantic University School of Media and Communications Dean, Dr. Ikechukwu Ubiaya, where he pointed out the possibilities of AI and how we can capitalize on it to inspire growth in the music industry.
Welcome, and I do hope you have a fantastic day in the music conference of this year. Thank you.
He also used this opportunity to launch the book, a compilation of papers written on the last Music Business Conference. The event proceeded with a keynote speech from Mr. Munyirati Chaneta, Managing Director Africa, Empire Publishing, which addressed the impact of AI in the evolution of music rights management.
AI is not here to kill music. It's here to test us. It's here to challenge us. And maybe it's here to help us. Today, we'll explore what AI really is, why music has always feared innovation, and what's broken in our industry, especially in Africa, and how AI might just be the tool that can help fix it.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with a plethora of reputable speakers and a master class which was able to expatiate on the ethics of AI in music.
Or if I want to mix and master and check my parameters, I could also use like certain metering. There are AI metering devices as well where you can check your loudness, your peaking and all that. So like I can essentially start my workflow and end my workflow without doing anything myself.
How do I analyze all the data to know where the audiences are, where the people that will sell the tickets are? Smart advertising. How do I know where to spend my advertising money? If you don't do it, you just wouldn't be as efficient as everybody else. You wouldn't make as much revenue per naira spent, and you would just get weeded out. And you would see that evolution in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the music business, where there might have been companies that were at the top, and then other companies took over, record labels that were at the top, other record labels took over, and it's not just a local thing. So I think make it available, like you said, teach people, do all these awareness things. Like this panel, for example, will probably bring AI. Everybody might have heard of it, but they might have not thought about it in a different way.
The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversations which covered accepting AI as a tool that had come to erase excuses instead of a threat to the music business. Each session ended with an opportunity for attendees to share their questions and opinions with the panelists. Some of the attendees and panelists also shared their submissions and takeaways from the event.
It has always been our goal to do more in the different sectors. And so this opportunity we saw as a golden one, the opportunity to collaborate with Aristocrat last year to start this, was for us like a first step into this area of the music industry. And of course, it goes without saying that today it's an industry that's making tremendous impact in the world as a whole, having such an influence. But you look at the other side of it and you see that so much more needs to be done in terms of improving education for this sector, in terms of improving the structures for this sector, and taking time out to study it, taking time out to show the young people who are trying to go into this space what it's all about. We think it's a great contribution towards building a stronger industry. This really is why we decided to do this.
AI can only make improvements to the lives of our creatives. AI is data, it is analysis, it is efficiency. It's able to speed up processes, it's able to clean things up in such a way that it can actually improve the flow of money, the monetization of content back to the creators where it truly needs to be.
How do I use AI? That's one thing people need to understand. When they're able to like fine-tune that aspect of how to use AI for fashion, how to use AI for marketing, how to use AI for production, how to use AI for either media or whatever, people will be able to cue into it, because whatsoever you don't know, have an idea about how beneficial these things can be to me, you probably just ignore it and get slept on.
So you see a lot of AI-generated Afrobeats themed music or bass music. And even if not Afrobeats core, Afrofusion, so maybe fusing Afrobeat to like R&B more from any part of the world. So it won't just be Nigerians anymore or South Africans or Ghanaians. It'll be like anybody could, from some person from, I don't know, Switzerland will probably be generating as well. So that's what I see. I can't tell you what platforms are going to exist because I can't see into the future, but it will be more common, and I feel like we'd have made our peace with it. How can artists protect themselves in the AI-dominated landscape? Well, to be honest, just lawyer up. Always lawyer up. Have an entertainment lawyer who's knowledgeable about the space and about IP laws and protection, basically. And those will be the best people to advise in any situation.
The event reached a gratifying resolution with the closing remarks from the convener of the conference, Mr. Joseph Abiagom. Reflecting on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence. Norma Obuna, reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
2 years is not too early to campaign. People just say that.
I want my children to be great.
Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria.
There is no profit in business again.
Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering.
I did not vote for Tinubu, I will not lie.
I heard about the referendum, but I was told it was not real.
Many have weighed in their opinions on the issues surrounding the 2 years so far with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How far has it been? It has been 2 years. And so, we decided to get out there on the streets to talk to market women, talk to students, and also speak to some professionals who understand what leadership is. And my team, of course, had all that time that they needed. But more importantly, the question is, so far, are we feeling the brunt or are we enjoying the leadership? All these questions need to be asked so we know exactly where we are as a country. So this is How far so far on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership in Nigeria? So let's take a look and see what and what we had to gather. We'll be right back.
That would preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, help me God.
2 years ago, a promise of renewed hope, Bola Ahmed Tinubu stepped into Nigeria's highest office. He inherited a nation's yearning for change, grappling with complex changes and challenges. Well, today, as his administration marked its second anniversary, we asked the question, so far, and how far has Nigeria come? From bustling markets to quiet neighborhoods, the heart of Nigeria beats with a mix of expectations and experiences. So we spoke with ordinary Nigerians from the marketplace.
I will tell you to go and check all this product. All this local made, they're supposed to reduce the price. They should check where they are producing it. If it is stores they are passing that is making everything to cost, they should know how to do it, because all this local made supposed to benefit us. It's not important now. Why are they suffering us? Look at, you cannot, if you want to buy biscuits now, before you buy this one, they will give you another one. Without that one, they will not allow you to buy your right one. Everything is just upside down. Tinubu should make things good for us. He should visit all this, especially this local goods. Because the way the thing is coming out now, we are just like selling for them. There's no profit.
I did it for Tinubu. Tinubu is not the cause of Nigeria's suffering, to my own perception. Because if you look it from the critical view, Nigeria has been corrupted before Tinubu climbed the seat, to my own view. Though I'm jobless for now, but it's not Tinubu's fault. This is my 14 years of graduating, but I didn't regret it. Under Lagos State, during the Tinubu regime, I've acquired many skills under his regime.
I stay in Surulere. So in the morning, my husband will come and drop me. He will come and drop me here. My going home with my son, I spend, if I do Aroro, I will spend 2,000. If I do not do Aroro, I will spend like 2,200 or 2,400. When I'm very small, it's our father that has gone out to go and hustle. But now, we women, what we are doing now, we're doing many things. We are more than men now in the house. We are the men in the house now. I want my children to be great.
To schools and universities, and of course some students. And their voices painted a vivid picture.
The impact of Tinubu for the 2 years that he's on the as the president of Nigeria, and also for the economy also, sir. From my place to my school here, because I live at Ibejuleki, so me coming here, I spent 5,000 naira for transport fare. If I'm also going back home, I spent 5,000 naira, making 10,000 naira. So for this month alone, I've been spending 40,000 naira on only transport fare alone. Transportation is killing almost every one of us in Nigeria. If I'm coming to the school, I have to do what? I have to eat. Let's say I estimate myself for the food. I eat, let's say, 1,000. So it's a lot. I heard about the student loan that we can actually take a loan that when we want to fill the form, they will ask for the name of the school and everything, and also the account of the school. They will deposit the money into the account of the school. That after we graduated from the school, they will be deducting the money from our salary. But I've not been benefited from the loan.
I've affected negatively because it's first time with my parents. So whatever affects my parents will affect me. It has not been easy to support my education. They should just consider us more on their plans and anything they want to do. They should consider the students. Like I had to come here from Badagry because my study center at Badagry does not have a lab for our practicals. So I had to come all the way from Badagry here to find a place to stay and all of that. It has been very risky and not easy. I've heard about the student loan, but I was told it was not real.
For some, the fuel subsidy removal and rising cost of living have brought significant hardship, while for others, they acknowledged that tough decisions holding on to hope for long-term gains was necessary. But again, Insecurity remains a deep concern for many. Even as the government reports progress, it's a daily balance between struggling and resilience for Nigerians. So to understand the strategic shift, Elizabeth and I from BDTV News turn to Professor Anthony Killer, who is the director of CIAPS, a leading strategist in governance and policy making. He highlights the administration's bold reform, like the exchange rate unification aimed at fiscal stability and attracting investment, which was not bad. But again, while these moves are made, the administration undoubtedly has caused immediate economic pain, particularly with inflation.
I am one of those people, the few of us left, that do not agree that removing fuel subsidy was a good idea.
Fuel subsidy is gone.
A lot of people agree that it's a good idea, including those of us who were against it before. All of a sudden they agree, let history and their conscience judge them. Because when some of us were against it, it wasn't personal, it wasn't political. It was pure economics. Why am I against removal of fuel subsidy? Because I know as a trained economist, and I want to underline that, when you remove fuel subsidy from a system like Nigeria, I was against it under Jonathan because I said it will increase the price of transportation, it will increase the price of food, it will create poverty. And that is exactly what has happened now. If you say to me that you have to remove fuel subsidy, you have to tell me two things. One, why do you want to remove it? And two, what are you going to do with the removal? If you're removing it because people are corrupt, then gather the corrupt people together and jail them or stop them from being corrupt. The people involved in the corruption of fuel subsidy are less than 2,000. So because of 2,000 people, you're going to make 200 million people suffer. That does not make sense the way I was brought up. But there's something very wrong about that, and it needs to be said.
Professor Anthony Killer also went on to point out some key areas where Tinubu's administration and style has affected the nation, but the challenge still lies in translating these policies into tangible improvements for every citizen of Nigeria.
I think so far the government is very high on intentions and politics, but rather low on governance.
Okay.
And I say this because I use three elements, three criteria. What did they meet there? What did they promise? And what do we expect from them? When they were going to government, what the promise was lower prices, more food, more employment, a better Nigeria. For any reason in the world. That is, by the way. So far, so bad, because the cost of energy has gone up, the cost of electricity has gone up, prices of food have gone up.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know, maybe they're building the house, maybe it will be better, but in the meantime, it is rough for people, and it must be said, because if it is not said, government might get a wrong impression. Whether they are doing it for our own good. They celebrate reforms. Technically, I can see some of these reforms. I disagree with some of these reforms. I think we're halftime now. At halftime, government should be saying, I have done this, not I am going to do. I call it governance by tenses. By halftime, government should be using past tense, not future tense. So they shouldn't be saying what they're doing or what they plan to do. I think that's not good for Nigeria. And because I'm not a partisan politician, I still hope that, they do something very quickly to improve the situation. But generally, the situation is bad. If you're in a country where the bag of rice is more than the salary
of the average
Nigerian, that's not a good place to be.
So it is no news that President Tinubu's first 2 years have been marked by often difficult decisions to spark growth and changes in our economy. But again, is Nigeria now on a better trajectory? That's the question mark. And the path ahead is still unfolding, for sure, but fraught with both promises and ongoing hurdles. We ask again, so far, as the nation moves forward, should the ultimate measure of his leadership so far be focused on how swiftly and equitably the benefits of renewed hope is touching Nigerians in different ways? If at all, has it truly reached the homes and lives of all Nigerians? Well, the journey continues. And so you heard everyone's opinion, from students to market women. You heard them rant over how they've gone through a lot and how it's difficult for them to be able to come to work or go to marketplace, even be able to get to lectures on time. Does this mean that Nigerians are going through a lot? Does it mean that the fuel subsidy removal affected the nation in a very, negative manner or otherwise? Now, we also heard Professor Anthony Killer being interviewed by Elizabeth, and you heard all he had to say. As a professional, he weighed in. But looking at the streets right now, cars are still moving. Meaning to say people are still buying fuel at exorbitant prices, but they have the money to buy this fuel. So the question is, 2 years has come and has gone. Are we moving forward or are we regressing? You decide. Has the 2 years of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu favored you or not? A big question that needs big answers. My name is Onika Valentine, BDTV. Until some other time, let's keep hoping.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
To the big story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Nigeria's annual budget is often presented as a roadmap for economic development, outlining government priorities, spending plans, and revenue projections. However, beyond these numbers, there's growing debate about whether this budget truly serves as an economic tool for national growth or a political statement designed to appease interest and project power, with recurrent issues like inflated allocations, unrealistic revenue targets, and weak implementation. Critics question its effectiveness in driving real change. And in this conversation, we ask, is Nigeria's annual budget a genuine economic blueprint or just another political performance? Well, our expert today is joining us on the big story, Mr. Nemeka Obiareri, and he joins us to unpack the facts behind the figures. Good morning and welcome to the show, Mr. Obiareri.
Good morning, Elizabeth. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for joining. Let me start by asking you, at the core of what the national budget, is trying to achieve in a developing economy like Nigeria, what should it ideally be?
Basically, you asked that question, and I want to respond straightforward. What they just did is a political statement, not a tool to revamp Nigeria. Elizabeth, currently, this country is teetering on the brinks. And any serious person and any serious government or economic analyst knows clearly that in 2007, we developed a massive wholesale integrated economic development plan with the help of the World Bank that clearly indicated that for Nigeria to move from the current, pardon my word, shithole jungle status to the level of a second world economy, we must have non-consistent, sustainable, unbroken capital investment at least $100 billion annually over the next 30 years. That is cumulative $3 trillion investment unbroken for the next 30 years. Today, if you look at that budget, if you break it down in dollar terms, it does not even meet up to half of that threshold. And if you look at the current expenditure and all the rest of that, how much did they even budget for capital expenditure? Their revenue estimate does not cut it. At time in this country, we are doing 2.8 million barrels of crude and condensate every day. Today, we barely struggle to do 1.5 million barrels. The level of criminality that we have seen in the energy sector from 2015 till now is atrocious, is monumental. So if this government actually wants to do the right thing, not just the federal government, the 3 tiers of government, we need to sit down and build from the bottom. See, basically what they are doing in Abuja and most of the state capitals is that they bring the previous budget, they will dust it off, they will just arbitrarily add numbers across the board. There is no rigor, there is no plan, there is no real intention to grow this economy productively. I sit here even in my little corner, and I see an economy that can become a $1.5 trillion economy over the next 5-8 years if we have serious people working together across the 3 tiers and arms of government with one focus, building on inclusive prosperity for every one of us. As of 1970, if you look back to history, our GDP in 1970 was $12.3 billion. South Korea GDP was $9.4 billion. Today, South Korean GDP is $1.7 trillion, 52 million people. Nigeria GDP is less than $200 billion. If Nigeria had grown in the same trajectory with South Korea, today we should be having a $2.7 trillion economy. And we can actually, we're actually in a position to be bigger than Brazil economy at about 2.3 trillion. But the problem we have, and that is the general problem we have in this land, is that we have in a majority, 95% of the political class, across the 3 tiers and arms of government, do not have any business in the first instance being in the public space. They have no business being in the public space, no business at all being in the public space. They have no record, they have no competencies, they have no patriotism. In fact, most of them see political office as being to just show up their sagging socio-economic lives. So we don't have patriots like Michael Obara, who at 39 became the premier of the old Eastern Nigeria. And within a 7-year period, 1959 to 1966, built 214-kilometer industrial belt, built the fastest growing economy in the whole of the Commonwealth. Go and check his revenue profile. Michael Obara's revenue was bigger than the revenue of other regions put together. He had a very efficient security network, a very efficient police force that was so efficient that when other nations were looking for people to come and make peace in their country, they never requested for the federal government police. They specifically requested for the police of the old Eastern region. So the truth is, the physical framework of this country, based on what we have seen, is just political gimmicks. There is no rigor, there is no intentionalities by any of them to build an all-inclusive, prosperous country that can take the over 197 million Nigerians who are under the poverty threshold out of poverty into prosperity.
Right, and I hear you and I see how passionately you talk about this topic. Now, how well does Nigeria's annual budget align with, our national development priorities such as infrastructure, healthcare, and education? Do you think it even aligns at all?
It does not align. I'll give you an example. Go and check the 2017 Economic Recovery Growth Plan of Buhari's government. They said what they listed that they would do between 2017 and 2020. I picked out one thing. Today in Nigeria, we have a massive housing deficit. Some have said it's 17 million, some say it's 21 million. There is no even clear cost statistics of the actual number of the housing deficit. But I know of the cost based on study that is over 117 million, because over 197 million Nigerians cannot even eat, talk less of even building houses. So it's very huge. To cover that housing deficit, will take almost about 625 trillion naira investments. Now, under the Economic and Recovery Growth Plan, they told us gleefully within 3 years, between 2017 to 2020, that they were going to set up housing trust fund in trillions of naira, facilitate the building of 2 million housing units. That Buhari left power in 2023. 3 years after the ELGP expired, you could not see anywhere in Nigeria where they facilitated up to 10,000 housing units. Go and look at the National Development Plan that followed the ELGP that terminated 2025. Go and look at the parameters. The truth is, and I say it again, no economy can work in such chaotic conditions as we have today. Look at this equity everywhere. Between 1960 to 1966, before the Civil War broke out, you could actually confidently enter a 911 truck in Urumibo in River State and travel all night to Pambegua in Kaduna State. Nobody will molest you. Nobody will kidnap you. Nobody will molest you. Today, you don't dare even try it in the day. Insecurity has been the bane. We have proposed solutions to this government on how we can tackle insecurity. The current security architecture of Nigeria is not working. For a person like G.Y. and Jimmy, one of the most decorated generals in Nigeria, to even scream that our security architecture has been compromised, that the military guys are colluding with the bandits and the terrorists, is enough signal for us to know that things have gone bad. Now, Ubaje, a former APC chieftain, said it publicly that most of the militias and bandits disturbing Nigeria were imported into Nigeria by some of their stalwarts, thinking that there will be war in 2015. Today, those people have not gone back. And the current architect is not working. For us to build, first of all, this economy, we must have 24/7 security across 65 days. For us to have it, we have to restructure the whole security architecture of Nigeria. Over security back to the people. We suggested the issue of creating clusters of 1,000 to 1,500 agro clusters, agro-industrial clusters in each of the electoral wards in Nigeria. In each of these agro-pastoral clusters, set up 100 to 200 agro regions, fully trained, fully armed, fully equipped. We also, and they are going to be paid not for the physical revenue, but from the revenue that will come from the agro-industrial belt. Each belt will take up, each cluster will take about $6 million to build. And each cluster can bring about $45 million annually. It will take us 15 billion. The 15 billion, 17 billion that are going to waste doing coastal road to nowhere will be enough for us to build this bulwark that at the end of about $200 billion revenue into this economy and create over 20 million jobs across the board. And we guarantee 24/7 stability, because if you have 100 fully armed, fully trained agro rangers from a community, when I'm posted back to the community, they will have the filial connection, the relationship connection, the blood ties to lay down their life to protect their people. Central State Governor even said it. He said they know where the bandits are. That if there is political will, those bandits can be eliminated in 2 weeks. The government knows what to do. We've run the numbers. If in every local government area under this agro initiative, you have 2-3 armored personnel carriers, 1 truck-mounted machine gun, you have drones, you have dogs in each of the wards, you have motorcycles and motorized arrangements, and you remove 1,500 hectares of forest from each of the wards, where will the bandits hide? And when you have built up an economy that has 20 million youths, fully employed, gainfully employed, how many are the bandits? How many are tourist herdsmen? How many are the unknown government in the southeast? The problem we have today is that most of those in our central security architecture have actually migrated from being security men to rent-seeking people. Whether they are starting people on the road or they are creating avenues to make more money. Let the chaos continue. We know what to do, and we have posted things that we need to do. And if these governments are sincere, from Abuja to the states, if they apply some of the recipes that we have provided for them, this country in the next 5, 7, 8 years will be a $1 trillion, $1.2 trillion economy.
I mean, I hear you when you talk about the fact that government knows what to do, and this is why people have lots of concerns about, you know, inflated or duplicated budgetary allocations, and there are conversations about what extent is this budget influenced by, you know, political considerations, elections, regional appeasement, or lobbying. How do we find a way around these things?
This is not budgeting. Basically, what we have been doing is just allocating numbers to youth. You saw 2025 budget, over 6 trillion naira was inserted by members of National Assembly. You saw one of the National Assembly members talking about that none of them that goes home, that does not go away with at least $1 billion. You saw a National Assembly where the budget, where they provided over tens of millions of naira for one solar light that does not cost more than 160,000 naira to establish. The truth is, we've gotten to where we are because 95% of the political class see political office as avenue to steal, to loot, to bacanize. And that is why you see everything is politics. There's no originality, there's no intentionality, there's no sincerity, there's no honesty. You know, I say it, you know, when people talk, as even we've only started the whole of Nigeria today, I said to anybody who has to listen, it's all about character. Character is the key thing. Even if we overhaul the whole constitutional framework of Nigeria, like some of us have said, back to what we had in 1963, as long as we do not have men of character, like Abufuna, like Sadauna, like Tafawa Balewa, like Nnamdi Azikiwe, like Michael Labra, like Latif Jokonde, like Jim Wobodo, like Desmond Tutu. As long as we do not have men who see governance as avenue to build, to create legacies, as long as we see men who see avenue like hyenas to eat the capitalism of other Nigerians, we will never make progress. Truth. See, Nigeria has ticked all the indicators as a failed state. Most people say we are failing. We are practically failed. Now we recover, yes, but we need to overhaul the whole foundation. We need to get to a level where the best of Nigerians. Imagine a country where we have people like Akin Adesina, Charles Onudo, not Charles, people like Akin Adesina. We have Akin Adesina. We have Obiang Kwesile. We have people like Koji Wala. We have all these people, Akin Adesina, all of them. Yeah, look at the clever people ruling Nigeria. Mostly 419ers, mostly convicted bandits across every part of the world. It's a very shameful thing. It's left for Nigerians. If we want to do the right thing, we'll do the right things.
Would you say Nigeria's budgeting process is transparent and inclusive enough to actually reflect the economic needs of the people? I mean, we see all of this. We talk about oil price benchmarks, revenue projections, and we talk about the fact that do these things actually impact, economic credibility and investor confidence? And then we go back to the question of the fact that are these things really transparent and inclusive enough to reflect the economic needs of the people?
There's nothing transparent about our budgeting process. But it's even shameful for us to call those things we do budgets. They are not budgets. What we basically do, we just allocate numbers, overheads, to enable us to overinflate contracts, to steal. That is why you see them engage in mostly things like brick and mortar. They are renovating conferences with 39 billion. They are building new INEC offices with 59 billion. They are doing coastal road with $15 billion. When old roads, you saw the Mr. President, he couldn't get to Yelewa in Benin because the roads were bad, it was flooded. You expect, let me tell you, in a country where you have sincere men, we cannot spend $21 billion to do VP's house. We won't be spending $39 billion to renovate a conference center. We won't be spending 59 billion to be doing INEC building when the old building did not burn. When Ushibanjo stayed in a VP place for 8 years and nothing happened there. The truth is, what we should, a sincere government like Yar'Adua, even when Yar'Adua became president, the first thing Yar'Adua was acknowledged that the election that brought him to power was flawed. And Yar'Adua began a massive reform. He convened the wise panel to reform the electoral system. Yar'Adua was not a very transparent president. If you go, sometimes I don't know why evil things happen to good people. If Yar'Adua had not died, if Yar'Adua had done 18, what be where we are today? Men like Yar'Adua no longer exist. Basically, what you have today, principles. There are only two governors who govern in Nigeria, P2B and Yar'Adua, who never did pension funds for themselves, who never allocated lands to themselves, and who left savings in their state treasury, who have no EFC record anywhere. Come and check the rest of the others. You saw the other one that was accused of stealing 80 billion from his state, who even used state resources to pay over $800,000 school fees for his children. The kind of convoy he was using, even after becoming governor. Where was he before he became governor? It's the kind of thing we say. We eulogize criminality, we eulogize incompetencies. We do what best thing we do in Nigeria across the 3 tiers and arms of government is just to just allocate resources. Nothing more. There are no rigor, there are no scientific foundations, there are no basic rational assumptions in our budgeting process. If we decide to do the right thing, and the only way we can do the right thing is to overhaul the whole system. And again, it's left for the electors and Nigerians because we are not victims. So I say it to anybody who can't listen. We have 176,000 electoral polling booths in Nigeria. We have 809 electoral wards. We have 774 local government areas. We have 36 states. Over 1 million to 2 million Nigerians participate in election processes. These are teachers. These are youth corpers. These are professors. These are VCs. These are local policemen and military men. A majority of them decide sincerely, like President Note in Nigeria State did, to shun the way for the dollar and corruption and do the right thing. There will be the incentives for those with capacity, with competencies, with character to throw their hands in the ring and contest. And when you have men of character and competences and skill and sincerity and patriotism in the right places in governance, all these yo criminal political game matching people are doing will be eliminated. Then Nigerians will see true reforms. But as long as we have the current structures and the current characters in place, my sister, there is no hope.
Mr. Enemeka, permit me to digress for a bit. So the president had, in a bid to empathize with the people of Benue State, he had described the situation going on there as land grabbing and, you know, asked them to, you know, stay more united, you know, called it land grabbing, in quotes. What would you say about this comment?
Let me tell you, it's very unfortunate, but I also don't entirely hold the president. See, the buck falls on the president's table. I remember before he became president, he was tweeting against Jonathan. Most of the things against Jonathan, he's not doing it. But the real problem is with the governor of Benue State. The governor is a weakling. He is cowardly. You know, sometimes I get shocked that I get actually a reverend gentleman, because a reverend father should be compassionate. Should share qualities and potential. What we are basically is a land grab. It's not only in Benue State. It's in Plateau and part of Enugu State. Plateau Benue State has 275 electoral wards with the 3 local government areas. If Governor Alia does not know what to do, we will show him what to do. Right to life is a right that is above any constitutional provision or any constitutional right. Life is to defend yourself. All you need to do, create 700,000 hectares of. The Benue is a food belt, 3.5 million hectares of arable land mass. Netherlands, with 1.5 million hectares of arable land, does over $120 billion euro export, agro export annually. Benue State can do more than Netherlands. You have to just do supporting. In every of the electoral wars in Benue State, create 1,500 to 1,000 hectares of agro-industrial park. In the north, we have civilian JTF, they carry AK-47. Openly approach national security advisor. Let me tell you, I will got the numbers. To set up agro-industrial clusters of 1,700 hectares in each of the 275 wards in Benue State, aggregate cost will take about $273 million. To equip 200 agro rangers in each of these wards to protect it with sophisticated guns, drones, and Kikoso dogs to man their bushes, protect their people, will take about $113 million. If Reverend Alia does not know how to mobilize resources, technical support, locally and globally, and funding to do this, who will help him do it? Let me tell you, if you have 87,000 Benue youths, indigenous people, not people imported from the moon, protecting these clusters, and you go in there and mobilize and do, even if it's just massive plantations intercrop with food crops. There is every year, within the next 1 year, Benue State will produce nothing less than 3.7 trillion naira, $2.2 billion worth of agro export. Benue State will be so secure that there will be no bandits that will was in and was out of Benue State. He does not. All he need to do is to put the place in place the structures. We will help him to mobilize the education, the agriculture trust fund, the security trust fund, that will be fully funded and liquidated over the period of 5 years. He will build up a secure and prosperous state. But if he wants to still keep on playing politics with those in Abuja from his state and all those stuff, I wish them good luck. They are the ones that will lead. When he provides that leadership, he will go to Mr. President and ask Mr. President for support. From Anambra State, when Peter became governor in 2006, Anambra was a beehive of criminal activities. Peter did one thing. He got the state assembly to pass a law. If your house and forest is used to hold, sequester a kidnap victim, they will pull it down. He was a member of APDA. The state assembly was PDP. He was able to convince them. That went to innocent and got 177 trucks for each of local government and motorcycles. The PGs, because every committee knows the good, the bad, and all things, to donate 50 of the good sons. The committee selected their best sons who are not criminals, who are not drug addicts, but they were trained. I went to Yadua and begged for army to clear the evil forest where those kidnappers were holding thoughts. In 6 months, because security had been given back to the people, they know the nooks and crannies of the state. They cleared out those criminals. One of the hardened criminals, Evans, made his own first attack in Lagos. He ran away from Anambra for 4 years. Anambra was voted as the most secure state in Nigeria under P2B, an opposition party governor. If Anambra and other governors sincere, they will set the pace. They will sit down with their people. They will hand over to people. This was like in the north where you have to get this with AK-47. They will set up their own civilian JTF, fully armed, fully protected. If you have 27,000 youths in Benue State with AK-47, you have 2 armored personnel carriers in every local government area. Parents or not. It's not by this Rangers. There will be no idiot or herdsman or anything that will enter Benue State and escape free. Still, all governors. But everybody is waiting for Abuja. These governors collect over 300, 400 billion every year. And there's no governor who is very sincere that cannot produce at least $10 billion from his state as revenue. They are lazy, they are incompetent, and most of them will after what they can still loot or take away from the states.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nnaemeka Obiare. We have to let you go now, but just before I let you go, riding off the back of what all of you said about, allocating budget for security and all of that, just in general for rural communities in Nigeria, how do they get to feel the impact of this national budget so much more than they have ever felt?
There's no budgeting that affects rural people. That is why today in Nigeria, we have over 197 million Nigerians who live under poverty. For emphasis sake, by World Bank own records and indicators, if you're earning anything less than $64.50, you're into poverty. You need even welfare interventions. And $64 is the equivalent of 130 naira. I don't know how many Nigerians who earn 130 naira. Even the civil servant, the minimum wage is 70,000 is below even poverty minimum threshold, poverty threshold. So basically, to talk an inclusive, prosperous economy that takes China did it. What did China do? China moved the literacy level from 62% to 98%. Today, basic education, primary school, is within the purviews of the state. We've met this one, how the state can set up education trust fund in communities, in state level, in local government level, and how they can make it compulsory primary and secondary education. Quality education, they can make minimum wage of teachers to at least 300,000. So that the smartest will go into classroom. Most of the people I have in the classroom, with our page that is very few, who are excellent. When the jets, when people graduate, those who met on class, who met 2-2 or whatever, apologize to those who are very smart or whatever, and people that you live in the classrooms. The smartest go into banking, oil and gas, because there is no incentive. I left university as a faculty scholar. And it was not bad to come and lecture as a graduate assistant nominee. First 16 months. Well, I can't survive to work away to join mainstream banking. And there are many like that too. Before in Nigeria, the smartest go into civil service. That was people like left Oxford University and came to become a district officer and joined the army. Because the public service there was a place where the smartest, I had an uncle who left the UK civil service to join the civil service. UK trained. So the truth is, we need to build up our education sector. We need to go take our literacy level to 98%. We need to make education compulsory. Any person who has a child that is going to school will go to jail. And we have to make it compulsory the way that we have to make it free, qualitative and quantitative. We have to amend the consensus of the land in a way that education funding must be 25% of every revenue and borrowing. China did it. Singapore, the greatest route to bottle up Nigeria is to move our literacy level to 98%. And this we can do in 12 years. Anyway, who am I even preaching to? Most of those who purport to govern, some of them are even with fake results. Some of them are not even educated. 90% of them are not educated. Because anyone who is educated, both in character and in learning, will not be behaving the way most of them are behaving.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nnaemeka Obiare, for your passionate submissions today on The Big Story. It was truly insightful speaking to you. I hope you enjoyed the rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Well, this has been The Big Story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Do stay with us for so much more.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. It is still BDTV, where we give you that which you need to help you see clearly and get your business on the road. FCCPC, again, FCCPC summons Airpeace over alleged non-refunds and cancelled flights. Obi urges Tinubu to visit Niger flood victims, says all lives matter. All right. So welcome to social listening part of BDTV, where we analyze top trends on social media. My name is Onyeka Valentine, in case you don't know what, now you know. And joining me, I'm not alone, I've got Mr. Obedike Okafor, one of our in-house analysts, and today we'll be following up on the news of, by the way, welcome Obedike, before I jump ahead. Hope you had a nice day.
Yeah.
All right, let's jump into this before I continue. All right. So we'll be following up on the news of Airpeace and finish up with what Peter Obi has to say about Tinubu's visit to Benue State. Now, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has officially summoned Airpeace after the incident with Senator Oshomole and for several complaints of non-refund of ticket fares and even in cases where the airline cancelled its own flights. In a formal notice dated June 13th, the Commission ordered the airline to appear before it in Abuja on June 23rd. According to the FCCPC, this violates the section of 2018 Customer Protection Act and guarantees prompt refunds when services are delivered. Now, the agency is also demanding specific documents from the airline. I took my time to outline that so you know. Now, this move has triggered conversations online. All right? So let's see some of those comments on X before we go straight up to talk about it. All right? So this one here says, Airpeace has been doing these illegal businesses many years, and it's time that it catches up with them. And that's from Alexis O.A. He says Airpeace. Okay, let's go to the next one. It says here Odogu says, that's Odogu Ugonwane, says they should hold them well. All right, Airpeace has become notoriously bad in that without apologies. Let him sack his booking managers and every other thing. We don't know if we agree with that, but our job here is to stay on the fence. All right, so that's from Odogu. Do we have another one? Let's see. Another one here says, that's from Abraham Irowode. He says, the issues raised against Airpeace shouldn't be the reason you should throw the baby out with the bath water. All right, that's some traditional what they always say there. They say don't throw the bath water and the baby away because the baby is dirty. All right, so it says this airline has represented the country well. These are operational issues that can be cleaned up. We need the services of the airline to sustain local travels. Mr. BDK, we know that when it comes to these issues, right, you throw in the right words to analyze these things. That one is of no doubt. But the question now is, do you agree with what's going on there? Do you think we should just say, okay, airline, slam me with one serious fine or something when, truth be told?
I think the problem is this is the problem. The problem is when you really look at it, airpeace has some level of monopoly. They are like the major airline. They have airlines. They have planes going to almost everywhere in Nigeria. And because of that, you know, sometimes they don't even know when they are raising their shoulders. When you feel they are the alpha and omega and the beginning and the end of airplanes in Nigeria. Because check it, airpeace is the only airline, local airline that goes locally, travels outside, and they travel to virtually like major states in the country. Most airlines just, you know, have selected states, but airpeace takes like almost every major spot. So when you have that kind of attitude, things tend to, you know, slide off without maybe even, you know,
pride takes control.
Pride takes control. I think for me that's really what it's all about. Airpeace has entered the pride stage where they begin to look at themselves too highly that they begin to forget the main reason why they exist in the first place, which is the customers. So that's why I just feel, because think about it, the airline will cancel, not the person. The airline will cancel and not refund. How does that even make sense? It makes absolutely no sense. If you're canceling on the person and the person going for something important and the person will miss it because you've cancelled, you need to think about the psychological effect of that. So I think it's important that the airlines need to humble themselves. They need to humble themselves and need to come off their high horse. I agree people might cancel on the airlines and all of that. So if whatever it is, they might say, okay, because you canceled on us, we'll give you only 50% of the fare back, not the complete money. Or whatever it is. Or if they feel you've canceled like 10 times or something, they say, okay, we're not giving back any money. Simple, because of the inconvenience and all that. But if it is the airline that canceled, full refund. Because the people were hoping you will give them a service they did not get. So for me, it's simple and it's plain. Airpeace should come off their high horse.
All right, so airpeace come off your high horse, says our international analyst OBDK. Boy, OBDK, there's something I want to say again. You know, there's like the other X message that we saw. It's difficult to say Twitter and X, isn't it? Kind of contradict. But so the other message says, look, that they've been delivering before now. Now, as broadcasters, we kind of stay on the fence. This way we have those who say nay or yay, those who say for or against. So to play good and bad cop, if they have been delivering all along, right, and this hit comes once in a while, seldomly, should we hammer them like this hard enough? Or do we just say, let's allow this pass? Not because they are not going to raise shoulders, but because now we are seeing that it is a personality, a government official of that level that was involved. Is this the reason why we are seeing the government weighing down on this? If it was an ordinary person, will they truly act quick and swift?
I think in this country, we always try to paint things. The only reason why it seems like they are acting is because it's Senator Shomale that's involved. So they are trying to show.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I think that's what it is. It is what it is, and that's exactly what it is. Because it was Shomale that was involved, and he made a ruckus about it, and it was all over social media and all of that. But when you really think about it, if it was me or you that it happened to, trust me, this thing is not nice that it happened. It has been happening for a while. But because it hasn't happened to somebody that
of that level
or that influence, that's why it hasn't really come to fore. But now it has come to fore. I'm hoping that we don't do it like every other thing we do, just sweep it under the carpet. They will make noise for a while, everything will die down. And then everything comes back to normalcy, and then next week, airpeace will go about cancelling people's flights, and then go back to normal. The problem I have is that most of the time, people are always too comfortable with things. Think people are okay with it. People more, and then move along. But I think now that it is now in limelight, people should begin to come up. People should begin to complain. Airpeace is don't get me wrong, Airpeace are really trying. They've done a lot. They've done a lot of
international flights.
and
Which
all
brings
of
into
that.
my next question.
Yes.
Very
So
quickly.
I'm not condemning them through and through, but that's why I said I just feel that maybe it's beginning to get to their head.
I think I would agree with you a bit. Also, I want to stay on the other side. And to start with that part, I would say, yes, maybe they've allowed, success to get into their head and forget about the saying that goes, she stoops to conquer, something like that, or head below shoulder. Those are our traditional sayings like they always say. But with that in mind, we begin to ask ourselves a question, which is this, right? Whatever happened to our national carrier? Because we started seeing this cancellation of flights, delay refunds, or if refunds at all, when they launched and started going international, right? Or has there been issues locally before they went international? But however, what about our national carrier? At some point, we know they launched Air Nigeria. That's after Nigerian Airways, RIP. So you're thinking now, let's assume our national carrier worked very well. Will there be a monopoly of market the way we are feeling it now? The question might be no or yes. But whichever it is, so we should just hammer them and say, look, you've learned your lesson. You must learn your lesson now, since your shoulder is now higher than the head.
No, I think for me, national carrier is a forgotten issue. Nobody talks about national carrier.
It's a bad thing.
Nobody cares about national carrier at this point. But the bottom line is, Airpeace is like a national pride.
Right.
Nigerians are proud of
how like
Airpeace has gone. It shouldn't be like that, but trust me, Nigeria is a unique country. We do a lot of weird stuff that doesn't even match anything. And that's just the way we are. But bottom line is, I think they should, they should be punished, not severely, but they should be, so that it doesn't let them not get off too easily. Right. Maybe that will help, calm them down and then make them sit down, take stock of everything and move forward from there.
Well, now I see why you're not the Chief Justice of Nigeria. Because if you were, I was just kidding, don't mind me. All right, so you've heard what he had to say there. Issues surrounding that matter is matter that is still unfolding. On the 23rd, I hear there's still, the matter still goes on. So let's move on to our next story. All right, So now, the next story says Peter Obi, right, 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate, like you know him very well, is urging President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to show some concern for flood victims in Niger State, I beg your pardon, as he has for recent massacre in Benue. Now, like you all know, it has been a serious issue, but again, he went on to further explain. He says, look, while we welcome Tinubu's plan to visit Benue, most definitely, Obi pointed out that floods in Niger claimed over 200 lives. It was a big issue. Seeing that your loved ones will just wake up one morning and then you see their dead bodies, meanwhile you saw them alive a day before. This is a serious national problem we have to deal with. So he went on to say, with many more still missing yet, there's been no visit or direct response. Although we hear that the president is supposed to visit those areas today, Wednesday, we'll see how that unfolds. Now, his message is that every Nigerian life does matter, okay? And should be taken seriously. We have some messages on X. Let's see exactly what our people had to say there. But even at that, okay, let's quickly see. This one here says, that's from Dr. Jallo.was. This name sometimes become a very strange way. Dr. Jallo.was says, hypocrisy is when Southeasterners cry louder over deaths in Plateau and Benue and other regions, yet turn a blind eye to the bloodshed, lawlessness, and economic ruins unleashed by sit-at-home madness and terror in their own Igbo land. He says, clean your house before morning another. He even tagged Peter Obi. Wow. I'm sure OBDK is going to weigh on this one heavily. All right, so next one, it says, by Hamal, says, again in Pidgin English, You want to make my president shuffle Mokwa and Macaulay so that arthritis go. Maybe we should jump that one. That's quite sarcastic, but that's fine. So the next one here says as Akere Yejo, right? Akere Yejo kind of sounds like Akere Delu, but Akere Yejo here says maybe PO should apply for the job of SGF so that he can tell the president where to go and where not to go. Do we have another tweet on that? Or another message? Another one here says, well, this one, we don't know if it's truly him, but it says he will go to Niger next. Obi told him to go to Benue, and he is in Benue. Obi has his remote control. That particular handle, we know is not Peter Obi, but then again, you know how these things are on social media. OBDK, I know you're easy to reply to the first one. Oh, which other one? You don't have
no,
a bias.
the bottom line is
right.
this. President Tinubu has, I don't know, maybe because he's busy or maybe because Aso Rock is far away, maybe he doesn't hear what's going on. I don't know what it is, or maybe his advisors are not telling him the truth. I don't know what it is. But it makes absolutely no sense that when the flooding happened in Mokwa and over 200 people died, nothing was just the usual, eventually it was just the usual statement of, you know, we'll see what we can do and all those kind of my
always
condolences.
The case, see what they can do.
And all those kind of my condolences, etc. And then the Benue killings have been going on for a while.
And this is not a natural disaster.
And it has been going on for a while, where human beings go to meet other human beings where they live and begin to kill them. For what reasons, we do not know. They say it's headsmen and farmers, but I think we've passed that headsmen and farmers stage. There's more to it than meets the eye. Right? And the president, I think one of the reasons why the president has not really reacted is because, like I said before, I don't know who is feeding him information, but whoever is feeding information has told him that it's just, you know, normal clash, simple headsmen, and they are not agreeing with farmers and all of that. So they made light of it. And it's not a light matter, it's a heavy matter.
It is 200 plus lives.
When people carry guns and kill over 200 people.
Did you see the video? Again, some certain videos are not TV worthy, right? They're not TV worthy. But if you saw the video and the, when I say recording or short documentary or short, whatever you want to call it, expose, that very dark man did, where he recorded what really happened in a particular home, you could see how human beings were burnt, you know, beyond recognition.
It's terrible.
It's heart-wrenching. He was actually almost crying in that video that he made.
So I think for me, I agree with Peter B, who says that every Nigerian life matters. And that's the honest truth. And the president is, whether he agrees or not, is responsible for every Nigerian life, especially
the father of all,
and especially in national situations like the flooding in Mokwa and the killings in Benue. He's the chief security officer of the country, so he's responsible for the security of every life on a national level, and then on a state level you have the state governors, etc. But the bottom line is this: I'm sorry, he hasn't shown any, as a president, he hasn't shown any sensitivity to this
interest.
To this, I've not really seen empathy. I know people say Peter B is being political, but whether it's political or not, I don't know. I can't say for sure. But from the side of the president, I've not really seen any empathy on any of them, whether it's the Mokwa or even the Benue one that he said he will come, because
every leader
the first statement he made was he will clear his schedule. Most places where they kill 200 people and kill this thing, not 5 people, not 10 people, not 20 people, you drop everything and you come. That shows empathy. That alone, that action. Sometimes empathy might not necessarily be saying how sad you are. It's by the actions you do. You dropping everything and leaving, they will know that you take the lives of people as priority. Not yours, it's not word of mouth, but action. Right.
Not just word of mouth, but action. We see the pictures there, see people, you know, in sober reflection, you see, look at the level of, is that supposed to be like mass grave that's about to be covered? I mean, just look at that. Look at that. You begin to wonder, where are we going to as a nation? Fellow Nigerians, we pray, like we always say, lack of a better term, as much as we don't want to say, let's pray it gets better. Rather, let's say, let us act on time so it doesn't happen again. And I think it's high time we move out from that angle of saying, let's pray, pray, pray. I'm not saying prayer is bad. Prayer is good. But you see, prayer without action, like they say, well, nothing comes out of it. Anyways, we hope we'll be able to give more light to this particular segment. And of course, giving you all the insight of the stories. When we started, we spoke about, the issues surrounding Oshomole and air peace and how it is escalating very rapidly. And of course, we've touched the area of the killings in Benue and spoke about other areas, flood victims and everything, and why it's important that our CNC, Commander-in-Chief, visits on time and show empathy. And don't forget, that light was thrown in by, former presidential aspirant Peter Obi, mentioning that the president should go there and go check other things. And of course, you saw those on social media, what they had to say. Some said for, some said against, right? And it couldn't have been complete without having OBDK in the building. OBDK, thank you so much.
Thank you for
I hope
having me.
we did some great justice to this particular segment. We always see you here back on forth. But what are you doing after now? Lunch?
I can't say.
You can't say. You always come with his great smile and his great humor. All right. So thank you so much. Until next time, don't go away. It is still BDTV. My name, Onyeka Valentine. Stay with us. We assure you, if you want to start your day with Business Day.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Policy side, we need better policies to unlock capital for more impactful investment. Whether it's on the finance side, we need a proliferation of innovative finances that can be deployed for investment in social enterprise, in businesses in Africa. On the intermediary side, we need more intermediaries who have skills, who have capacity and a track record to move money from investors to our market. And in Africa, we have a debt of that. We've seen the growth of private equity in Nigeria. We've seen the growth of impact funds in Nigeria. We need more. But what are those things that we need? We need some kind of fund of funds financing that can help build the market, strengthen the capacity of local fund managers, and to move funds to the market. On the, I think I'm missing a particular sector. On the demand side, we need more enterprises who have the skills, competence, capacity, the structure, the governance in place, right, to scale as businesses, to receive money from investors and use that money in a way to scale their businesses and to solve social and economic problems within Africa. So a systems approach helps us look holistically where are the pain points and what can we do to accelerate opportunities, whether it's economic opportunities, access to finance for women, access to finance for MSMEs. So that's more of a systems approach towards addressing it. And every other things in between, like impact transparency, ensuring that we are measuring our impact, we are reporting our impact with credibility. The fact that access to finance for small business is a huge problem. Report shows that we have about $331 billion gap in financing SMEs. That's a huge problem. itself. And we know that SMEs provide about 80% of the jobs for Africa. And same in Nigeria, but close to 90%, right? Now, access to finance, we need to solve it, particularly local finance, which will hedge out foreign exchange risk. And we're seeing what's happening in terms of geopolitics. Every country is looking nationally and regionally. So Africa too needs to take the lead because we have the opportunities here. We need pension funds to invest in the real sector. Pension funds in Africa need to do more apart from investing in government bonds and government financial instruments. We need to put our money where our mouth is in Africa and ramp up local capital from institutional investors to invest in MSME finance. If we get that right, that's great. Secondly, access to finance for women. Gender investment is another huge opportunity. It's a huge gap that our finance is not addressing. That's what we're trying to do on the region of Africa, close the $42 billion gap between SME finance led by men, SMEs led by men, and SMEs led by women. So these are some of the areas where we want to see change. And then again, policy. We want to see policy at a regional level that will support goods, mobility of goods across borders, mobility of finance across borders, reducing the cost of transactions between Nigeria and the next door Niger Republic or Benin Republic. These are some structural changes we want to see in the region.
We're still at the early stage in terms of the whole impact story for Africa. In Nigeria, we started the impact journey in Nigeria in 2019. This is only 2025, so it's only about 6 years old. Not much has been done yet. The building blocks are being built. The foundation is being set. The institution, the ecosystem is being improved and increased on. And the multiple layers of players that can add value to the ecosystem are now learning how to collaborate together in order to build the right system to achieve the goal that is necessary. And that's critical. And the components include government, includes private sector, it includes activists, and supporting that is a lot of other international parties, DFIs, development agencies of all sorts, apart from development funds. You have philanthropic funds that come into that part as well. But building an economic impact investing environment which would naturally attract the right financing itself, not just waiting for charity or any of that. Making it economically viable to put money to impact investing with promise of profitability and return, albeit with different parameters, creating the right measurements, of all the indices so that you can have data. You can also plan because you have the right data, and you can show results that encourage more people to invest in impact investing. Everybody benefits. Think about all the problems we need to solve: education, agriculture, enterprise development, youth employment and youth engagement, and cutting across gender and all of those areas where we have latent assets that we must activate. Impact investing is a key that can help to unlock a lot of value within there and then help us with economic growth. 50% of our population and global population is female. So it's not rocket science to convince anybody, apart from chairing the Impact Investing Board in Nigeria and being part of the Global Impact Investing Board as vice chair. I serve on the board of 2X Global, which is the largest organization in the world driving gender investing. The reality is, it is smart investment to invest in women. A lot of women are brilliant, they're smart, they're dynamic, they give value, whether they're paid for it or not. So now imagine when you draw that into your economic plan and you rightly train, you rightly empower, and you rightly fund and inspire that other half of your assets, which is human resource. all you can get is phenomenal growth and additional result. And that's really what gender investing is about. It's a business issue. It's not a gender issue. People tend to think what we're talking about is just about women. No, we're talking about you maximizing your economic assets, and women are your economic asset. If they're 50% of your population and you're not investing rightly in them, it means that you're using the other 50%, which is male, to drive the economic investment in 100% of your population. Who does that? And really, in reality right now, there are many women that are single parents, not by choice. Some are widows, some are alone for whatever reason. Sometimes husbands have issues. Women are major economic contributors. Businesses go wrong, people lose jobs. Sometimes women are the ones carrying the burden of their extended family, their parents, their siblings, and all of that. So you don't even need to convince anybody as to why you need to make sure that you economically empower and derive value from every member of your community, including your women. So it's not a gender issue, it's an economic issue.
So transforming systems is how do you get impact at the heart of decision making, at the heart of government decision making, so policy levers, at the supply of capital so that capital is put to work more for impact and for positive social and environmental outcomes, for the intermediaries that need to be put to work, for the demand side of capital. So systems change means building an impact economy and transferring from supply into a much more diversified use of capital so that it really is put to work for positive social and environmental outcomes. I mean, I think we've learned quite a bit today about how important it is to focus on women, women-owned businesses, women-led businesses, women as consumers, women as producers. Essentially, that's sort of the POS. If you can identify an investment strategy that enables gender in some way, shape, or form, your return on investment is almost certain to be higher. I think what's interesting about the summit, the study tour, the event in Accra is that it really is bringing all of the parts, as I mentioned, of the ecosystem together. So you have the fund managers, you have the asset owners, you have the policymakers, you have a number of organizations that are present that are representing that, how do you really support enterprises and build an enabling environment to unlock impact capital. So I think the opportunity is, the networking opportunity is tremendous, and just understanding who people are within the ecosystem to be able to work together is amazing.
We are still continuing the ongoing debates, how we need to deepen investment, impact investment, continuing the transformation of this ecosystem and economic setups to be able to encourage younger minds, especially the youth population of Africa, to deepen their investments, create an enabling environment for them, and then help them to have access to capital to grow small and medium scale enterprises, and by so doing also grow the economy. When we grow the microeconomy together, the macroeconomy expands. Every leader in Africa, every country will set its own tone to help her citizens deepen their impact investment. Fortunately for us in Nigeria, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has created an enabling environment. They have deepened that investment sector and also liberalized the sector so that the Naira can gain stability. Now, funds have been released and a lot of promotion of startups to empower the youth through consumer credit scheme and other initiatives the government has brought in has helped our youth to go into impact investing. And that's one. Second is access to capital. Government has also made access to capital available for young minds through the various loans and grants given through the various government financial agencies that also provide such. That's second problem that may happen if it's not there. But the third one is capacity building. The youth need to demonstrate strong capacity in knowing how to invest into the economy, and that also government has through the private agencies to be able to provide startups, educational grants, and enabling environment and places where talents could be groomed to learn how to impact into investment. Above all, Africa has a very vibrant youth population, and the largest of it is found in Africa. I mean Nigeria. Nigeria being the largest country. So we take the lead, and we are showing an example how we can achieve and deepen impact investment. So the conversation is still ongoing. We are having a gradual growth. Economy is picking up, And as Nigeria becomes stronger, we know it will affect the rest of Africa.
I think the business as usual is not going to work anymore, as we've seen with all the withdrawal of funding to Africa. So we have to look locally. We have to galvanize local capital. So the ecosystem has to see, how do we draw this capital out? What sort of structures will we make, financial structures in terms of instruments and that sort of thing, will make different investor classes come into the space? Because they're very easy ways to invest your money than PE, VC, and that sort of thing. So we need to figure out, how do we get local capital in? It's been the dependence on the international funders. It's changing. That landscape is changing. And my biggest takeaway from that is that you can't do it alone. It's gonna be an ecosystem approach. You have to get everybody at the table to see, let's find the win-win that's really gonna grow the economy. We need to take climate seriously. The climate change is real. Don't get it twisted, it is very real. So looking at solutions that are affordable and sustainable. We can't have businesses going into the space that they cannot make commercial returns and be sustainable on their own. They can't depend continuously on grant funding. What sort of solutions, homegrown solutions to meet these climate problems that are coming, can be made, and made that can scale? I think that, for me, is what we all need to look at. And that's why also catalytic capital for that, because they need to think of different business models that will work for this market.
For us, impact is everything an investment helps generate. So one, you're looking to invest to generate a profit, but also you're creating jobs, you're ensuring taxes are paid, you're giving an opportunity for job providers or job people working, employees, to create a living and help improve living standards for their families and wider ecosystem they're connected to. Impact also stretches further to other stakeholders, suppliers to businesses, as well as buyers of products, that they're buying high quality products. In addition, you have environmental impacts where you're looking to improve air quality, reduce emissions, polluting emissions. And, so just a wide variety and swath of things that investing helps provide more positive impacts for communities. Gender lens is very critical. Women are 50% just about of the population. We've made more than a tilt, but actually building an infrastructure to help support women-owned businesses and through helping create more female fund managers. And we're doing that through 3 primary pillars and following a certain framework called ABCD. The ABCD framework shapes those 3 pillars. One is accelerating, so providing an accelerator for female fund managers to train them. We've taken 45 female fund managers through that over the past 2 years. We have a bridging facility, the B, a warehouse bridging facility to help female fund managers invest in initial transactions to help build and demonstrate their track record for other investors to then come in. And then we have the catalyzing, where the fund we're putting together will attract other investors to catalyze the female fund managers that we've helped bring into existence through the accelerator, through the bridging facility. And then as we catalyze them, we further help them deepen the work they're doing through various financial and legal and operational support that we've developed through the years in our existence to bring to bear for these female fund managers.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
I work in this mechanic village before the coastal road started. And since the coastal road has started, I think it really affects the business a lot. But actually, I don't care, because when the coastal road is fully done, I believe the more customer will come in. Not like before, when we have access from the left and the right. Now we only have one access that we have is from the right. So a lot of customers started complaining that it's far, they cannot come in from Marua, they cannot do that. So a lot of customers have said you have to come to their house or you have to come and pick up the car. So it really affect the business.
But as long as the road is for the benefit of everybody, it's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Lagosians. I believe when the road is fully done, established, and more customer will come in. But for now, it really affects our job. Because found a lot of my colleagues have already left this place and look for someone else to work. I would like the president to look into our situation. We need a more bigger workshop that will have more access that they can give us. Like this VI are facing a lot of challenges. Today tax force, tomorrow they start disturbing us. You understand? So we need, in this VI we need a big mechanic village where people can come in and a lot of people will know about and say, oh, these are mechanic village, go there and work. So here we are working, we are having serious challenges. I'm really happy to see the road, where the road is now, unlike before, the way it is before. And now it's look more beautiful. If you come here in the night, you can play ball on this place. You can even play table tennis on it. We have your table tennis. So it's very, very good. It's for the benefit of Nigerians and the Goshen, for everybody. So we have to, and for the in the future generations, they'll enjoy a better road to drive on. I think it's okay. I really love it. But for now, it seriously affects my business, and not only me, a lot of people. But as long as the future is still okay with the generation that is coming, I'm okay with it. Ẹ̀yin ìjọba wa nílùú Èkó ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ fún ohun iṣẹ́ takuntakun tẹ́ ń ṣe. Inú mi máa ń dùn gan pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ takuntakun tí ìjọba Èkó ń ṣe. Àgbàtúfẹ́ kan bá wa look into àwọn ìdọ̀tí ti pọ̀ jù ní àsìkò gọ́vnà wa Babájídé Sanwó-Olú, torí kò rí báyìí lásìkò bàbá wa Fáṣọlá àti Ambode. Wọ́n ní láti bá wa ṣe kọ́kọ́ sí ọ̀rọ̀ ìdọ̀tí àti àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké tó kọ̀ pọ̀ káàkiri gbogbo àdúgbò tí wọ́n níṣẹ́ tó constitute nuisance. Ìjọba Èkó need láti look into it, kó má di wípé èèyàn ní lè jáde mọ́ ń dájí ní aago 5 àbí kí èèyàn fẹ́ máa lọlé lálẹ́ kẹ́rù máa bà. Ìjọba Èkó ẹ bá wa ṣiṣẹ́ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. We need serious security in Lagos State, because kí èèyàn máa jí jáde ń dájí kẹ́rù máa bà yàn. O tún close lálẹ́ kẹ́rù máa bà yàn, kó máa gba fóònù ẹ̀, wọ́n máa rọ̀bù ẹ̀. Àwọn ọmọ yẹn kàn pọ̀ sí àwọn bí wọ́n ti ń wá. Wèrè dẹ̀ ti pọ̀ jù, wèrè ọ̀dọ́ ti pọ̀ jù gan. Àwọn méjèèjì ìmúkùmù tó ń mu ọkàn ń ya wèrè ni. Ẹjọ́ tó lè bá wá nǹkan ṣe sí bí tá drug yẹn bá ti ń wọ ìtàn bá ti lè stop ẹ̀. Wèrè ọ̀dọ́ ti pọ̀ jù lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ju ẹjọ́ tó Ọlọ́run. Yòó Nàìjíríà state tó ní wèrè jù Lagos State ni. Ẹjọ́ wọn láti wá nǹkan ṣe sí because of this hard drug.
The Pan-Atlantic University brought together industry experts, creators, students, and changemakers in the music industry at the Lagos Business School for the second edition of its SMC Music Business Conference, themed Leveraging AI for Growth, Opportunity, and Sustainability in the Music Industry on the 30th of May 2025. The conference commenced with a welcome address from the Pan-Atlantic University School of Media and Communications Dean, Dr. Ikechukwu Ubiaya, where he pointed out the possibilities of AI and how we can capitalize on it to inspire growth in the music industry.
Welcome, and I do hope you have a fantastic day in the music conference of this year. Thank you.
He also used this opportunity to launch the book, a compilation of papers written on the last Music Business Conference. The event proceeded with a keynote speech from Mr. Munyiratsi Chaneta, Managing Director Africa, Empire Publishing, which addressed the impact of AI in the evolution of music rights management.
AI is not here to kill music. It's here to test us. It's here to challenge us. And maybe it's here to help us. Today, we'll explore what AI really is, why music has always feared innovation, and what's broken in our industry, especially in Africa, and how AI might just be the tool that can help fix it.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with a plethora of reputable speakers and a master class, which was able to expatiate on the ethics of AI in music.
Or if I want to mix and master and check my parameters, I could also use like certain metering. There are AI metering devices as well, where you can check your loudness, your peaking and all that. So like I can essentially start my workflow and end my workflow without doing anything myself.
How do I analyze all the data to know where the audiences are, where the people that will sell the tickets are? Smart advertising. How do I know where to spend my advertising money? If you don't do it, you just wouldn't be as efficient as everybody else. You wouldn't make as much revenue per naira spent, and you would just get weeded out. And you would see that evolution in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the music business, where there might have been companies that were at the top, and then other companies took over, record labels that were at the top, other record labels took over, and it's not just a local thing. So I think make it available, like you said, teach people, do all these awareness things. Like this panel, for example, will probably bring AI. Everybody might have heard of it, but they might have not thought about it in a different way.
The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversations which covered accepting AI as a tool that had come to erase excuses instead of a threat to the music business. Each session ended with an opportunity for attendees to share their questions and opinions with the panelists. Some of the attendees and panelists also shared their submissions and takeaways from the event.
It has always been our goal to do more in the different sectors. And so this opportunity we saw as a golden one, the opportunity to collaborate with Aristocrat last year to start this, was for us like a first step into this area of the music industry. And of course, it goes without saying that today it's an industry that's making tremendous impact in the world as a whole, having such an influence. But you look at the other side of it and you see that so much more needs to be done in terms of improving education for this sector, in terms of improving the structures for this sector, and taking time out to study it, taking time out to show the young people who are trying to go into this space what it's all about. We think it's a great contribution towards building a stronger industry. This really is why we decided to do this.
AI can only make improvements to the lives of our creatives. AI is data. It is analysis. It is efficiency. It's able to speed up processes. It's able to clean things up in such a way that it can actually improve the flow of money, the monetization of content back to the creators where it truly needs to be.
How do I use AI? That's one thing people need to understand. When they're able to like fine-tune that aspect of how to use AI for fashion, how to use AI for marketing, how to use AI for production, how to use AI for either media or whatever, people will be able to cue into it, because whatsoever you don't know, have an idea about how beneficial these things can be to me, you probably just ignore it and get slept on.
So you see a lot of AI-generated Afrobeats themed music or bass music. And even if not Afrobeats core, Afrofusion, so maybe fusing Afrobeat to like R&B more from any part of the world. So it won't just be Nigerians anymore or South Africans or Ghanaians. It'll be like anybody could, from some person from, I don't know, Switzerland will probably be generating as well. So that's what I see. I can't tell you what platforms are going to exist because I can't see into the future, but it will be more common, and I feel like we would have made our peace with it. How can artists protect themselves in the AI-dominated landscape? Well, to be honest, just lawyer up, always lawyer up, and have an entertainment lawyer who's knowledgeable about the space and about IP and IP laws and protection, basically. And those will be the best people to advise in any situation.
The event reached a gratifying resolution with the closing remarks from the convener of the conference, Mr. Joseph Abiagom, reflecting on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence. Norma Obuna, reporting for Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
Dangote is shaking things up in the downstream oil scene. He recently just purchased 4,000 trucks to be used for delivery of petroleum products. Is this a push towards monopoly that is going to be eliminating a significant part of that supply chain? Or this is just an innovative move to make more money by a businessman? Welcome to Economy and Market, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of market and economic activities. I'm your host, David Olujimi. Today on Economy and Market, we are spotlighting a game-changing move by Aliko Dangote and his refineries. Starting from August 15, the refinery will begin to distribute petrol, PMS, and diesel directly to petrol stations, retail stations, factories, telecom providers, and sometimes even aviation clients using the new fleet of 4,000 CNG powered trucks and over 100 dedicated CNG refueling stations that Dangote is building. One of the reasons why this matters is because this is one vertical integration. Dangote is taking control of the entire supply chain from refining to delivery, cutting out middlemen, and some people will say enabling efficiency gains, cost saving, and sustainability. The CNG powered fleet is significantly cheaper to run than gasoline. The switch could essentially slash logistic costs and maybe lower prices at the pump. One other move that Dangote is making with this particular move is credit for bulk buyers. Dangote Refinery recently announced that purchasers that are going to be ordering for 500,000 liters of fuel we get an additional 500,000 liters on a 2-week credit that is backed by bank guarantees, basically strengthening the relationship with major clients. What is the market impact? Traditional players are already rattled. Petrol station owners and independent marketers are fearing disruption. The Petrol Retail Owners Association of Nigeria's head, that's Mr. Billy Gillis Harry, said the move is trying to wipe us out. It's a move that has strategic implications. For example, by owning distribution, maybe Dangote may be able to achieve lower domestic pump prices, which is a key deliverable for domestic refining. It also, we will say, it aligns with President Tinubu's economic reforms, as the use of CNG trucks may now be like the most significant use of CNG for vehicle movement in the country. But there is a risk, monopoly risk. Regulators may now need to oversee this integration to ensure that it does not turn into an anti-competitive dominance. On the show this morning, we have Wasiu Ali, an economic analyst at BusinessDay, who is going to be giving us some insight into some of the things that this move portends for the country. Good morning, Wasiu.
Yeah, good morning. It's nice to be here.
It's nice to be here once again.
Yeah, thanks.
This time we're talking about something quite significant. That's the word. Now, the first question is, what effect will this have on pump prices?
Well, like you've mentioned, this move by Aliko Dangote, the by far the richest man in Africa, is poised to disrupt the supply chain of that market.
Yes.
And by doing so, using the compressed natural gas, which you mentioned too, that's cheaper than
running the gasoline
trucks. So it means that the cost of operation will shrink, and by extension, it might result into, there's likelihood that pump prices will slow a bit. Might not be too much, might not be a very steep decline, but it will marginally drop. And of course, that will be a win for Nigerians, for everyday users, people, commuters and people that use it for transport. So in the long run, it's going to be a plus for Nigerians.
So another question I'm going to ask is the case of, is it just a business move, or is Dangote creating a monopolistic hegemony? So in the cement industry, before the advent of Boa Cement, Dangote came into a sector where Nigeria was basically dependent on imported cement.
Of course.
Then he started a plant that basically pulled Nigeria from that circle of importation of cement. It made Nigeria become a net exporter of cement. Then other players began to come up. So people argue that what he first of all did when he came up with the cement plant then was to crash the price of cement, crash it such that the importers of cement and some of the other players in the sector were driven out of business. Then he began his own run where cement prices just kept going up. Cement prices now are around 10,000. Now the question is, if we have that kind of monopolistic hegemony in the downstream oil sector, is that safe for Nigerians, or is this just a vertical integration? Is this just a regular business move? What do you think?
Well, I think the first thing is to first note that Dangote is a businessman.
Yes.
So It's not a charity.
It's not a charity organization.
It's not a charity
It's
organization.
not here to give us freebies.
So he's a businessman. So everything he's doing, or he has done, or he will do, they are strategic move.
Yes.
Towards boosting buffers of his conglomerate, so to say. So the thing now is for policymakers to ensure, to see to it that this does not spiral into a monopoly.
Yes.
So what he's doing has a lot of advantages for Nigerians, for manufacturers. So it will cut down their their operational costs,
yes.
and of course ensure that the frequent delay in terms of bringing fuel to them by the independent dealers, those delays are now off. They are now in the past.
They are now in the past. Yes.
So it gives room for manufacturers, those clients, aviation clients, big telecom firms, and bulk buyers of fuel, proper planning. So there won't be this dilly-dallying that usually occur. Then it also, allows, it cuts out the frequent accidents that that usually occur.
That petrol
tanker falls today, damages this tomorrow. So all those ones, I'm very sure to be bygone too. So in terms of hegemony or monopoly, I think the onus is now on the regulators, the regulatory bodies, to now sit down and try and perhaps have a peg as to the limitations of this initiative. But in all fairness, I think it's a very good move for the economy, and I think it's a welcoming development, particularly at this time where Nigeria still grapples with escalating or sky-high inflation.
So one thing I would add before I move to the next question is around the fact that this is a move that I see time and time again. I was not born in the 60s, but I think there's always been a system where in a free market economy, businessmen always innovate. Innovation leads to development, and those developments leads to the next wave of this is how things get to be done.
And it is those that innovate that would reap this profit.
So those that innovate are the ones that sometimes tend to affect other businesses. So for example, if you hear about John D. Rockefeller. John D. Rockefeller instituted a system of transporting oil via pipelines. In the past, they were transporting it with trucks on rail lines that were owned by Vanderbilt. So John D. Rockefeller wanted to take Vanderbilt out of his equation, and he brought trucks. He brought the system of pipelines, because pipelines was used to transport kerosene in the refinery. So he found a way of, okay, if we can move from point A that is down to point B that is up, that means we had to apply some form of pressure. That means we can do it on the ground too. That was how refineries became a thing in the world. In Nigeria, when you look at the distribution mechanism adopted by Nigerian Bottling Company, discover that Coca-Cola gets to every part of this country without anybody having to take their trucks to the bottling plants to pick it, because there's already a fleet of trucks that they have acquired. And I think they started a system that other beer makers started to adopt. Now we have everybody that makes drinks has to adopt that method. So one thing I can say is I believe that this method can actually be adopted by other people. If you know you don't want Dangote to create a monopoly, you can go and buy your own trucks. And if you import, you can go and buy your own trucks and distribute
it.
And let the buyers now decide who they are going to go with.
Yeah, it is an eye opener for many businesses too.
Yes.
So it's like the man Dangote is teaching, is trying to explain better ways to handle this kind of
the logistics
around
petroleum products.
Yes, the supply chain and all of that. So it's not entirely disrupting or trying to push them aside. So I think it's a wake-up call for those that are
petroleum distributors.
Yeah, petroleum distributors that feel rattled, that they also should step up their games, and I think having this development will also bring up competition. It makes the sector, I mean, that space more competitive. So before, if they could wake up one day and say they're on strike, and put everybody on jeopardy.
That's a good point.
So now they have a very vibrant competitor at that. So which means that they have to step up their games, create a system that works, that could, outshine, so to speak, what Dangote is doing. And to be frank with you, that would be very hard. So having 4,000 trucks, it's no joke.
That could increase.
That could increase, potential increase. So this man has come prepared. So it's not here for joke. So I think that would ensure that space, the competition is there, and when there is competition, there'll be growth.
Another fear that is there is that the move could crowd out smaller distributors. So we have some of these smaller distributors. When you are around the Apapa Tinkan area, there's quite a number of tank farms across the country. Even in Port Harcourt, you have a lot of these tank farms where smaller distributors play their game. So there's this fear that some of them will go bankrupt. What's your take on that?
So I think in this part of the world, we don't really find collaborating as a thing that could scale up businesses or business expansion. So I think it will allow for smaller
for a lot of consolidation.
So they will have to merge and see how they can also, become more effective and more efficient. So if you are afraid that someone is coming, Dangote is big, so you can't expect someone that is big not to use that size. That size in doing whatever he wants to do. So if you know you are not of that size, you try and merge and collaborate and see ways to also tap from the market, because the market is evolving, and you have to evolve with the market. If not, you'll be left behind. So I think those that are afraid of being crowded out should find a way to strike a balance, collaborate, see ways they can also scale up and learn from someone doing this.
So one question now let's talk about the real issue. If there are operational hiccups, let's say the CNG faces some, let's say that there are breakdowns in the CNG station. Of recent, we heard that there was some scarcity of CNG, where scarcity of the CNG tooling kit. CNG is still a sector that we are not very used to in Nigeria. There's still a lot of learning around the whole idea of CNG.
Of course.
What if we have operational hiccups like that? Will it not affect the distribution model?
Well, like you've mentioned, we are in the developmental stage in the adoption of CNG. But I think for someone to have, made this very important move, there must have been some sort of afterthought.
Driving force.
Yeah, driving force, a foresight as to the pros and cons. So what if this happens? So I believe that Dangote I know that he's also working on expanding CNG usage. So which means that this development could also even mean that there will be a lot of CNG
so now
businesses springing up, some sort
CNG auto technicians.
Yes. So there will be a lot of it will also generate market for that, for that space. So it expands the CNG market and brings in a lot of engineers, so to say, people who understand that sector will start coming in, because there's now a market for it. So if, for instance, Nigeria maybe in a situation where there's not enough people who are aware of usage of CNG, so I think this development would also spring up technical know-how in that space, and it will also help spread the gospel of CNG. And CNG means sustainability. So in the long run, I think Dangote is playing a long run game, because multilateral banks, development banks now reward companies that are adopting sustainable energy. So, and I think that would also be a plus on its own side. So in cases of hiccups, I think there will be a contingency, a ready-made arrangement for that. So I think that shouldn't be the issue. Now the issue now should be what opportunities are there for us as Nigerians. I saw in the news that the idea, this whole thing would create a lot of jobs for people, because of course if you have 4,000 fleets,
you have 4,000 drivers.
You have 4,000 drivers automatically.
You have 4,000 backup drivers.
So that means a lot of job and improvement, increased productivity, and of course a potential lowering of pump prices. So, and that alone has a ripple effect on our inflationary target. So I think in the long run, it's a win for the Nigerian economy.
Okay, thank you so much, Wasiu Ali. That's all we can take on economy and markets for this morning. On Friday, we'll be back again with economy and markets. Stay tuned to Business Day TV.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Essentially, contactless payments is still very new at the infancy stage in Nigeria. But as RedTech, we're quite forward-thinking organization. And what we'll be contributing to this is enabling payments, essentially between POS terminals and mobile app technologies. The expectation is that based on the ecosystem, where we have a lot of actors, RegTech being
a fintech company as well, will be taking a lead in driving contactless payment so that we can help to power confidence amongst other players such as commercial banks and consumers in the ecosystem. I must appreciate the coordinator of today, Business Day. I salute them. It's obviously a recognizable brand in the media space. And also, I must also appreciate all of the participants, particularly the representative of the MD of the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, the Mr. Premier Oiwo, represented by Ugo, the speaker before me, who was able to give us the journey so far in terms of digital payments and the evolution of the digital innovation products in Nigeria. I was able to also leverage some of the information shared in his presentation to also let us know that it's a gradual progress that we're going to realize in contactless payment. Based on the persona of consumers, essentially, they tend to react to change. This is expected. So it's going to be, the progress in contactless payment is going to be gradual. As I mentioned, it might be best to look for a niche in deploying contactless payments. And that niche essentially would ensure that maximum security experience, whereby even if your credentials has been compromised as a consumer or infringed upon, your funds can still be recovered. That will boost confidence before exposing contactless to other means whereby it is of a higher risk. That would be my personal advice to the industry. RegTech originally started as a purely ICT company. And what I mean by ICT is software licensing, OEM reseller. We were a representative of over 23 international OEM brands in Nigeria, supporting the financial industry, other financial institutions, and also energy sector. But today, as a company, we have evolved into financial service space where we provide fintech solutions. And not only that, our payment volume has grown to over $1 billion worth of transactions per month. In year 2024, we processed up to 16 trillion worth of transactions, which is significant based on the fact that this was our first year in the fintech space, essentially. We've gone through a year one of gestation period. This is our second gestation period. Obviously, based on experience, it takes about 3 years, 36 months for a full gestation period for a fintech. And as I mentioned, in our first year, we recorded about 16 trillion worth of transactions a month. Today, that has also grown significantly. In year 2025, in quarter one, we've recorded about 6 trillion worth of transactions processed already. That's an average of 2 trillion plus per month, meaning that by the end of the year, we'll be recording over 24 trillion worth of transactions, if not more.
Ethnos is providing some a significant measure of security assurance for the ecosystem, because we help to solve security problems. We help to assess your environment, your infrastructure, your connections, your services, and then look at it from the security point of view and provide that kind of assurance that people require that to build trust in the ecosystem. And not only that, we're also building database of security intelligence, building local data so that security interest people, government can have data local that they can rely upon, not just looking at data that's coming from outside. Currently, we rely on data that are coming from foreign companies, Checkpoint, there's Kaspersky, there's Cisco, but we're now building local intelligence, extracting data from the environment that we can use to make sense. So Ethnos is not only just providing assurance, but we're also building resources and data that can be relied upon to make good security-related decisions in Nigeria. Now, apart from helping organizations to look at the environment, providing assessment and all of that, we've also been able to build our own homegrown applications The first one that we have built is securing mobile application. So if you have a mobile application right now, we can perform a scan of that application for you, detect your vulnerability that exists there, the bugs that exist there, the issues that can be exploited by criminals. We can detect it for before the criminals, show it to you, guide you how to fix it, and you can fix it. When after you have fixed it, we can also help you to provide shield, provide protection, so that even if there are weaknesses that exist on the application, we can shield you from attack. Okay, so we do that, and not only that, we also help you to monitor those applications, and you're able to use consumer user behavior to improve the services that you provide to our users. That's one of the things we do. We have also been able to build capability to fix the human vulnerability that exists within the security ecosystem. For example, what we call awareness training. So we can conduct simulated attack, okay, for your staff, so that your staff, you can detect for your staff what kind of risk they pose for you, and then guide them to get trained, get them breach those loopholes, and equip them to be able to apply human shield against security threats. So we'll build this local, I don't call it local really, we'll build homegrown solutions that have taken into consideration what we have learned from providing services in Nigeria and Africa. So we'll build it in Africa, in Nigeria, for the African market, and then of course to apply to global market. So we have two applications that we have built, and we are constantly conducting researches. We are researching on other areas of need right now, and as soon as we identify area of need and market readiness, then we'll build another solution. So we are a home for security protections for the African market. A couple of things. First is we can no longer shy away from technology. It's a must. So what we need to do is to prepare, put our hearts in order, and be able to compete and ensure that technology is enhancing human behavior, is enhancing services, and of course is improving our communication and engagement with business and the consumers of business. That's one. Two is that we have to realize that as a society, it has government or private sector, we need to look at how we can constantly improve the use of this technology. We can't shy away from it anymore. There's just no way we can run away. And so we have to embrace it, we have to prepare to adopt it, and we have to equip ourselves to be able to respond efficiently and effectively to the demands of technology. Those are the two things that I've taken away from here. And we are ready, the market is ready, the market is huge, and there are people here locally who are able to support the demands of this technology and the demands of service to ensure customers are receiving good experiences, and businesses are growing, and the economy is growing, and everybody is good for it.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obodna. Thanks for joining us this wonderful afternoon. Now let's see what's making headlines. FAAC allocates 1.6 trillion naira to federal, state and local governments in May. Tinubu sets up committee of elders in Benue State. Former Vice President Sambo resigns from PDP, joins APC. US officials prepare for possible strike in Iran in coming days. Juventus reignites fresh interest in Victor Osimhen. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAAC, has disbursed a total of 1.659 trillion naira in revenue to the federal government, states and local government councils for May 2025. According to a statement released from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, the monthly FAAC meeting held in Abuja confirmed the 1.659 trillion naira shared. This includes distributable statutory revenue of 863.895 billion, value-added tax revenue of 691.714 billion naira, electronic money transfer levy revenue of 27.667 billion naira, and exchange difference revenue of 76.614 billion naira. The Communique shows that gross statutory revenue of 2.094 trillion naira was received for the month of May 2025, marking a modest increase of 10.023 billion from 2.08 trillion naira recorded in April. And moving on, President Bola Tinubu has directed the establishment of a committee of elders made up of past and present governors, including the governors of Nasarawa State. The president, while speaking in Makurdi, the Benue State capital, on Wednesday as part of his peace-building process, revealed that his government was not elected to witness such massive destruction of lives and properties. Tinubu issued specific directives asking Governor Alaya to work with everyone and be a father to all, urging traditional rulers to also work with the government to achieve peace. And now to end the local news, former Nigeria's Vice President Nnamdi Sambo has decamped from the People's Democratic Party to the ruling All Progressive Congress. The movement of the former Vice President to the APC was revealed on Wednesday by an APC stalwart in Kaduna State, Imran Mohammed. According to some reports, Sambo's exit from PDP may not be connected with the ongoing crisis within the party. Sambo, who served as vice president under President Goodluck Jonathan from 2010 to 2015, was formally received into APC on Wednesday by Kaduna State's Governor Uba Sani at the Kashim Ibrahim Government House in Kaduna. And now onto the foreign scene. Senior U.S. officials are preparing for a possibility of a strike on Iran in the coming days. According to familiar sources, there is a sign that Washington is assembling the infrastructure to directly enter a conflict with Tehran. Bloomberg reports that the situation is still evolving and could change. A source also revealed that top leaders at a handful of federal agencies have also begun getting ready for an attack. And now to end the news, Serie A heavyweights Juventus have reignited their interest in Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen as they intensify preparations for the 2025 summer transfer window. Osimhen, currently owned by Napoli, has emerged as Bianconeri's top attacking target, with Juventus officials reportedly resuming talks with the player's representatives in the coming days. And despite previous speculation that Osimhen had turned down Juventus, Gazzetta reports insist the club's interest remains strong and active. The Super Eagles striker recently completed a stunning season on loan at Galatasaray, where he was the standout performer in the Turkish Super League. And this is where we wrap the BDTV news at noon this afternoon. I am Norma Obonan. Stay tuned.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.